Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No! My collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this morning round of the Sardinia Chess Festival. We only have one camera. Vila, Andrea's camera. Oh, never mind. Okay, the cameras are there. They're working. We're just having some OBS issues. But the girls are awake. We're awake. Well, are you awake, Dina? Are you regretting your life's choices right now?
I actually do. And hi, chat, and welcome to the round 4. I actually do. The question if I'm awake or not, we shall see today. But I hope that even if I'm not awake, the games are gonna wake me up, because Andrea is out there looking for blood. She wants a revenge on her sister. She's gonna take it on everyone else. And Alexandra is on a mission to score 9 out of 9. We shall see if that's possible. Yesterday, me and Alex had a very interesting debate on that matter. And I am really hoping to get some exciting games going on. Good morning, good night, everybody who's watching us right now. Hopefully you have a lot of coffee like I do and lots of popcorn.
Popcorn, huh? Is that the wake yourself up in the middle of the night snack?
Well, I was
choice?
actually tempted to get some ice cream, but time management is not my strongest part. So maybe during a break when you hammer is gonna take over, I'll get some ice cream. I do think we need some snack for this exciting matches on the Botezlive channel. Everybody, we're streaming to YouTube, Twitch. Yesterday we tried even X. So lots and lots of excitement.
Did you get yelled at because you called it Twitter instead of X, and now you had to change?
No, actually, for me it's always Twitter. It's just I'm actually just copying whatever I heard yesterday, but I don't think it's that much of a big deal. I see both of the ladies are facing some young boys, and Alexandra's opponent is way younger. Ooh. I sense some juice out of today.
Yeah, that's nice, Dina. Alexandra is facing her co-leader, Matteo. Matteo and Alexandra, they're 2 of 7 players with 3 points out of 3. In fact, Matteo is number 1 in the standings, and then Alexandra is number 2. So this is the clash between number 1 and number 2 in this tournament. And the moves are coming in very quickly. I'm kind of struggling to keep up. But Andrea just sacrificed a pawn. So this is quite important. let me just move back to catch the entire opening. So Andrea's opponent has played his king's pawn forward. Andrea responds with her Sicilian defense, going for the hyper accelerated dragon, an opening that she has been using regularly during this European tour. Her opponent goes for an interesting line where the queen comes into play early on to attack the rook in the corner. Andrea blocks with her knight, and then all the knights get developed as black puts pressure on the queen. The queen moves to a4, and the idea here is to have the queen pointing down towards the king, because now pawn to e5 is a big threat trying to dislodge the black knight. And when Andrea goes d6 to try and discourage e5, turns out her opponent goes e5 anyway. Takes, the knight cannot be captured due to the pressure from the queen down on the black king. There's the pressure against the black knight, and Andrea chooses to ignore the pressure and sacrifice with bishop to g7, giving up the pawn on c6. But if this pawn is captured, she gets really nice development, while white still has their bishops standing in their initial positions.
Man, but looking at Andrea's clock, she knows all that. She's not acting like a surprise. Listening to your introduction, I was like, oh no, sounds like something she wouldn't expect. But no, Andrea's preparation is better than that.
Yeah, no, I quite like this line for black, or rather, I have played this as white multiple times, and I've always found it a little bit unpleasant. So I'm absolutely positive that Andrea is still in her preparation. And there's quite some venom in this for black, who prioritizes development over pawns and tries to get some early pressure on the white position.
Nice. All right. And now Andrea's opponent is thinking first, which is also a huge sign of achievement here, psychological achievement, who struck first with a surprise, and that was Andrea. I'm delighted to see that, just as I'm delighted to see your beautiful beige kettle. I wish you could give me a little bit of whatever you're drinking right now. I know it's a tea because your Russian roots always tell you to drink tea.
I'm not sure I have any Russian roots, but yes, it definitely is tea. I'm not a coffee person. Thank you to Nonim. I butchered that. But thank you for the raid. We might actually be getting quite a few raids from the late night US streamers. Welcome to everyone who's currently looking at their clock, seeing it being midnight. When Dina looks at her clock, it's 3 a.m. And she's ready for a 13-hour workday.
Oh my god, Hammer, you didn't have to remind me about my misery, did you?
I wanted to.
Right. He's enjoying, he's living his moment. Well, listen, that's fine. We're gonna let him do that. How about Alexandra's opening outcome situation so far? I can see Alexandra thinking first time ever, and I can see some King's Indian this time for white, which I'm always happy. I always want to see King's Indian for white and not for black. And Hammer is the coach of Alexandra, so maybe Hammer has some insight for us over here. What happened?
Not really big insights. We expected the King's Indian. Matteo is about 13 years old. Either he's very close to having his 13th birthday, or he's already had it. And we only found one game in the database from him. And that was a King's Indian in the same-ish, actually. So Alexandra just decided to go with her normal setup against the King's Indian, being very aggressive with the pawns in the center. And Matteo had one game previously where he played knight to a6, and then bishop to d7, c5, and rook b8. Very untraditional style of play from him. So this is what the only information we had before the game start. And Alexandra has been reviewing her Banzea notes within this same-ish variation in the King's Indian, as it's called. And the Banzea notes are pretty good. And Alexandra is just developing her pieces sensibly. And, well, I think she has a nice position. I like what she's doing so far. Honestly, I'm surprised the computer isn't giving Alexandra a bigger advantage at this moment, because she's controlling the center, she's getting her pieces out. Things are quite.
By Banzea, checked by Hammer.
Approved. I skimmed
Yeah.
maybe. It's a very nice distribution of work. Someone else doing the heavy lifting, and then me just saying, "Oh yeah, no, I saw Banzea's notes here. I think they're good."
Yeah, like the famous Chessable courses. Didn't mean to throw Chessable under the bus. That was a kind and friendly roast. Don't get me. You remember Anatoly Karpov books in the Soviet Union? Everybody would read Karpov's books. The only thing is that they wouldn't necessarily be written by Karpov, but yeah. As long as the lines are good and the moves suggested are great, we can enjoy two beautiful opening outcomes in today's rounds. And Alexandra is taking some time to think. I assume she's hesitant on either she's gonna change the pawn structure in the center, or castle long, or start attacking, like moving the knight from e2, or developing the bishop from f1 to somewhere like e2. Is d5 an option? Yeah, I think Alexandra is kind of having her own slight critical moment.
Yeah, so her opponent played queen to a5, which was the computer's top choice.
Uh-huh.
And Dina, I gotta admit, I just don't understand this kind of play. Computer's saying this is fine for black, but all I'm seeing is that white is completely dominating in the center, and black didn't even put their knight to attack in towards the d4 pawn. So I'm actually genuinely very surprised that black can be fine in such a situation. The one big problem Alexandra has is her bishop.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think I'm revealing too much when I say that I have tried to encourage Alexandra playing a different line against the King's Indian, and this bishop on f1 is the main reason why. Alexandra already has a certain proclivity to not castling, and then I become a bit scared when that tendency in her game is exacerbated by the fact that here she can't get the bishop in, and then she cannot castle, and it becomes a problem. That being said, because there is no pressure on the blacks on white center, I feel like she has a lot of options here to explore, and one of which I think is if you can go knight to c1 and just maneuver this knight over here to attack the queen, and then she can easily get the bishop out and castle her king. But the main focus of the Bensaya opening files is actually castle's queenside. So this could be something that Alexandra will explore when it becomes a super interesting position with castling on opposite sides, and where the tension between the pawns in the center remain unclear.
Right. Yeah, with all the castling, I like how you describe it. That was an interesting word you used. With all the castling saga for Alexandra, I do hope that after our post-game interviews, actually, she's gonna change that habit. Although my methods are not always the most effective ones. So we'll see. But I do hope that we're gonna see an improvement over there. And speaking of castling, I think Andrea just castled.
Yeah, so in Andrea's game, the pawn sacrifice was not immediately accepted by her opponent. He could have just taken here and brought the queen in, but he then made the assessment that the queen getting chased all over the board, and these black bishops, especially the bishop combining with potentially a rook coming to the open file, this would be unpleasant pressure against white's position. So Andrea's opponent, he decided that he wants to take the pawn, but he also wants to get developed. So he plays bishop to b5, increasing the pressure against the knight and down towards the black king. Black here castles kingside, and Andrea's opponent accepts now the pawn sacrifice, because now the queen doesn't have to go around and get chased around. Instead, it's the white bishop that captures the black pawn, attacking the rook in the corner. But Andrea's playing very quickly. She's very clearly still in her preparation, and she doesn't move the rook that's under attack. Instead, she goes bishop to d7, going for the trade of bishops, and the white bishop cannot capture the rook, because then the black bishop will be able to capture the queen on a4. So Filippo, he instead goes for the trade, and now does Andrea want to go for the queen trade against kids? Dina, what's your opinion?
Now, yes. Now she does. And she actually admitted herself after the previous game that she won in the round 2 against the kid. She said, I didn't necessarily want to do it, but Mother Dina taught me that I have to. With the kids, you go to the end game. So Andrea's definitely going to do that. And she learned from her mistakes. I think the queen trade will be on the board as long as it doesn't ruin the position, as long as Andrea doesn't have anything better on the other side.
Well, I mean, you have to go one or the other, right? And what I
Yeah.
will say is that if you go for the queen trade, then the disadvantage of that is that you don't move your knight, so that you don't have your bishop pointing down against the black knight and against the white knight and the white pawn. And here, white could simply just castle, saying that I'm happy to make the trade because then I would be moving my knight away from that potential pressure that the bishop is creating on the diagonal.
That would
So
be some high level understanding of chess. That would be a two-factor thinking. I would doubt. I think white would either make a decision, do I want to go to the endgame or not? And in case they do not, they will remove the queen. And in case they do, I think they would just straightforward take. But I agree with your point, Hammer.
can you explain this two-factor concept you're saying?
So basically, there were two types of thinking: narrow, plain thinking, and like deep thinking. Yeah, kind of like calculating in poker, kind of like two-factor, like when you get an extra code, right, for securing your account. So here in this position, if we look at this, after queen takes d7, we have we basically offer the queen trade, and white is going to be so focused on the idea, should I trade, should I not trade? Then once they make a decision, for instance, I am okay trading, they're going to automatically take the queen instead of thinking second step, I'm okay trading, but in what circumstances should I trade? Should I trade right away? Or should I let them take me? What are these differences between my knight on c3 and my knight on a4? So it's a second step thinking. And this, I think, requires an additional skill that I am not sure Filippo has right now. And he just took, oh my God, look at this. I am so impressed. I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed both by Andrea, but also by me.
Or recommending Andrea going into the endgame against kids?
Well,
Didn't
that
we conclude the other day that Andrea is also a kid? So it's not clear who benefits from going into the endgame?
Well, that's true, but Andrea in this case is a more mature kid, so it's always a relative, right? So here the kid is clearly the kid. And I was pointing out on my two-factor thinking. The guy was like, okay, I made a decision, I'm fine with trading up. And then he trades right away. He doesn't think next step. See?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't plan his next move. That being said, the computer does give white quite a significant advantage here if he goes bishop to d2 followed by castling, because then he offers good protection to the knight that has pressure against it from the black bishop. That being said, Dina, he actually castled instead, and now the computer is giving Andrea an advantage despite Andrea being down a pawn. And if I'm Andrea, I would be so tempted to just capture this white knight, because after the capture, white will have doubled pawns on a half open line. It's so easy for me to now use my rooks to point down towards these white pawns. And if white tries to defend the pawn, then I can very easily maneuver my knight to the c4 square, and there are no white pawns that can position themselves to push the knight away from that square. Andrea, if she does go for the bishop for knight trade, is going to have a significant advantage.
Yes, I am super happy here and impressed with Andrea's play so far. Very proud of my girl. very proud of her personal growth that we have seen so far. And bishop c3 is extremely tempting. Is she gonna do that or not? It's almost like anything is good here, right? Even just putting the rook on ca right away, also great, because it's not like, okay, white can play bishop d2, but then you gotta play rook to b8. There's so many juicy things that we can attack over here. I'm very actually in peace with Andrea's position so far. I have seen a castle from Alexandra in the meantime. Do we see some personal growth there as well?
Alexandra has castled before move 10. The computer actually didn't like castling, even though I mentioned it being a possibility. Because apparently here black has some really interesting pawn sacrifice with pawn to b5, giving up the pawn, but then giving up another pawn afterwards, trying to open up for the rooks and the queen down towards where white has put their king on the queen side. However, making such pawn sacrifices is pretty high level. And Matteo instead plays pawn to a6. So his idea is the same. He's just spending more time to accomplish it. And here, Alexandra really should have played king to b1. Because that's the normal move in Benseya's prep in these circumstances. The idea is that after pawn to b5, if black tries to complete their plan, white has knight to d5, offering the trade of queens. And if the queen trade is accepted, then white doesn't have to recapture immediately. That's why we move the king. Now there's no check on the white king, which means white has the opportunity for a Zwischenzug, or since we're in Italy, an intermezzo with knight takes e7. Check on the king, capturing a pawn. The king has to move, and then we recapture the queen with a winning position. So that is a very good theme to keep in mind when the queens are looking at each other with the knight in between. And knight to d5 immediately would not work, well, partly because the queen is pointing down here, but also because it would then be check on the white king. That being said, Alexandra instead chose to capture on c5. And I'm not sure about this move. But on the other hand, you definitely could make the argument that after takes, she can still go king b1. And these same ideas of b5, knight d5 are very much still in play.
Magnificent. Beautiful. That is so unusual. I've never seen... which is my bad. I actually have never seen these situations where in King's Indian, white gets to castle long and gets under the attack earlier than black does.
Yeah, it's quite uncommon. But this was part of Benseya's idea for the same-ish. And in fact, Alexandra's opponent has taken back with the knight instead. Once again, I would be a fan of this knight king to b1 move because I really like the idea of going knight to d5, trying to get a queen trade. But Alexandra has gone knight to d4 instead. And my concern at this point is that Alexandra is underestimating the value of black trying to make some pawn sacrifices to open up on the queen side. So I'm wondering what happens if pawn to b5 now, because when your opponent is trying to attack your king, you very much want to get a queen trade, But here, if Alexandra tries to move her knight, offering the trade of queens, then she will always lose her pawn on the edge of the board, which is part of the reason why king to b1 is such an important move to make. Playing king to b1 actually frees up her knight to do whatever it pleases. That being said, it's not a disaster for Alexandra here. I guess she could go knight to c6, attacking the queen, and when the queen steps back, she could go knight to d5, once again attacking the queen. And then after
Ooh.
takes. Yeah, I was thinking this is interesting for her, but she's actually just, once again, she's losing a pawn because the pressure on the knight is a problem. And if she tries to move the knight away, that's a bad idea because the black queen is pointing down on the white king. So pretty much in every variation, Alexandra needs to move her king a little bit to the side to keep the king safer and to keep the protection of some of her important pawns. So I'm a bit nervous about her game just because she hasn't kind of displayed the morning awakeness of the importance of the king to b1 idea, and that could become an issue for her moving forward.
A morning awakeness or a warning awakeness?
I'm pretty sure I said awakeness. I think I said awareness, but maybe I said awakeness. That
No,
I may
it's just
have.
for me making sure that I got it correctly.
I may have made up that word.
Yeah. No, it was just a funny pun. I think that's how it's called. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to use this opportunity to remind you the sponsor of our event, Coinbase. You guys already know by now it's around 4, but maybe you don't. In case you don't, we have been partnered with Coinbase for this tournament, and we have got $20,000 in cryptocurrency for giveaway. All you need to do to participate in the giveaway is to use the command Raffle, fill in the Google form, use the same email address that you already have in your account, in your official account on Coinbase, or if you're about to sign up, fill in the form, use the command Coinbase, and participate in $1,000 giveaway every single round. And so far, we have had not 1,000, but 2,500, because sisters have been winning at least one of them, which you know from yesterday. And in that case, we'd get 3 extra prizes for $500 each. So we've got already 12 winners so far, and excited to have even more. Even if you do not get a prize, you can already claim your $20 off by using the code Botez20. Do make sure to participate in that. Once registered, you are enrolled in the whole tournament. And on that note, I am getting back to the games. I have just witnessed an interesting, we have just witnessed an interesting breakdown of this King's Indian Long Castle, which we don't usually see. Hammer showed us another Botez Gambit possibility after those knight c6 and knight d5. That was beautiful. I don't think it's gonna happen on the board. What else is out there? Andrea's opponent is still thinking, I believe, because oh wait, actually, what did Andrea do? She did not take the knight on c3. Andrea, I think she played rook b8. Rook b8 is a very solid move. I am gonna go ahead and guess that Hammer is not a fan, because now white can back to this knight to a4 idea.
Well, knight to a4 I think is not possible right now. If knight to a4, I can go rook to b4, attacking the knight, and the knight doesn't really have anywhere to go. The knight cannot be protected by the white pawn because of this pressure the bishop has on the diagonal. Well, if the knight has to just go back, that has been a massive failure for white. So knight a4, I'm not really too concerned about. But I still do feel like Andrea would have benefited from making this bishop for knight trade as early as possible, because I'm not sure she necessarily wanted to have her rook pointing down this b file. I thought maybe it would be just as good to just immediately take the knight, get the pressure, and then start maneuvering her knight forward. That being said, as long as she doesn't get hit by some knight to d5, I'm pretty happy with her opening. She has easy to play pressure down towards these white pieces on the queen side.
Yeah, I kind of love in a way rook b8 because it shows how Andrea mastered
No, but
the
actually,
technique.
Dina, knight to d5 has been played.
Oh. Okay.
So I am now officially unhappy with Andrea's previous move. She had the opportunity to take out the knight before it ran away, but now the knight is gone, and I feel like we could have had easier pressure than letting the knight run away.
All right, let me do something. For instance, e6.
Yeah, but e6 is pretty high level, right?
No, I just attacked I just moved the pawn that was attacked and the knight.
Fair enough. Okay, I give
I
a
moved
check.
the king, and I'm looking at your knight and thinking, where's he gonna go? The thing is, I'll tell you something.
I was gonna go here.
Okay, rook b6. Oh, you have another pawn. Beautiful. I didn't even see that one. Well, listen, the thing is here.
One of the problems is this rook d1 move, I'm assuming. That I don't even need to move my knight. I can sometimes go for the counter attack. But yeah, no, I do see what you're saying, Dina. It's white is moving that knight around so much.
Yeah, you just read my mind. Read my mind exactly. How many times did this knight move? And in any case, even if the knight gets to fly away, I don't think that Andrea has anything to risk, because white can never finish the development, at least not for now. And it's only a matter of time until the second rook comes to c8 and puts another pressure. And even if you play c3, how are you going to develop your bishop? Yeah, you don't develop your bishop on c1, you don't develop your rook on a1. All I'm saying is that I'm a proud mother here, seeing my child learning from something that we have worked on so hard.
And she does play e6.
You see?
E6, good move.
Yeah.
But I just, Dina, I'm obsessed with pawn structures. I'm really into pawns working together, and I really hate pawns not working together. So for me, and I do disagree with one thing you said, Dina. I'm not risking much, you said. Andrea's risking a tremendous amount. If white is able to survive the immediate onslaught of the black pieces, if her opponent manages to survive with the 3 versus 1, then Andrea is done for. It's over. So Andrea needs to be very careful in her next couple of moves that she manages to eliminate at least one of these white queenside pawns. As I was saying about the pawn structure, Dina, here the pawns are next to each other. They're nice and possibly protecting each other in the future. They can build these pawn chains where they're defending each other up the board. If you can get the pawns forward later on. But if you had captured the knight immediately, this guy is lonely on the edge of the board. The doubled pawns cannot protect each other in any way. We can easily have the rook putting pressure down here. I have an amazing square for the knight to the c4 square. So that is why I very much preferred to make this trade immediately, because I just think this pawn structure, the way the pawns are cooperating, is just ugly. It offends my grandmaster sensibilities. And that's why I don't like that she allowed the knight to come jumping forward, even if she is still the one putting pressure on the opponent.
I understand your point, and I do not disagree. I guess I come from a position where I would have to talk to Andrea, and she would be like, but Dina, you told me the bishop is stronger than the knight in the opening, and then my bishop is the strongest piece that I got here. How do you want me to trade my strongest piece? And then I'm like, well, darling, all you're saying is correct, and that's the hardest part about chess, because you have all these rules and then you have all these rules, and then you kind of need to compare them to put them both on the balance and understand which rules are more important in this particular situation, because you're also ruining the pawn structure and creating weaknesses. So I guess that's why I'm not here so judgmental and way more understanding with her moves. I do agree the potential of the c2 and b2 pawns is high, but I still believe that the dynamic advantage here is so strong that only with very silly moves from black, white would be actually able to finish the development. A better development is always more important than a pawn. I don't have to jump on this debate. We should not jump on this debate. I think game will show us. In any case, well, even right now,
but
wait.
it's an interesting discussion though, Dina, because I very much get what you're saying, and I think this is a problem for a lot of players, that you only look at oh, my bishop is my best piece, I don't want to trade it, and you focus more on the value of the piece before the trade than the position after the trade. And I remember when I was doing some PogChamps coaching and stuff like that, I always said, don't look at what the situation is before the trade. Always look at the situation after the trade. That's the one we care the most about. And so what you're saying is very closely connected to that.
Yeah, I actually also learned that way later, when I was already competing with adults on a professional level. I remember that you always also need to look at the situation after the trade. It's a good way of summing it up. I like that. Here, by the way, Andrea has immediate opportunity to gain back the pawn after knight a3 with bishop to b2 and already kind of get away with all her problems. And if bishop takes and rook takes, Andrea is gonna have the rook on the second rank. Man, that is a dream come true. I guess the only question is gonna be now in Andrea's head, do I have enough advantage to win or not? And the answer to that question should be, baby, don't overthink. Just continue improving your position, take it move by move, and let your opponent do mistakes. And if they don't, and they play perfect moves and equalize, then you just applaud, congratulate them on playing their best chess. And what can you do if opponent played your best chess? You cannot win. The chess is a drawish game.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. And I also agree that Andrea does have the advantage now. Moving the knight back for Filippo, it was a safe move because now the knight cannot be pushed away from this square and you're protecting the pawn on c2. So it's a very solid move and not going on an adventure into the belly of the beast with the knight coming in behind the black pawns, as I suggested with knight to e7. That being said, as Dina said, the rook on the second rank, Andrea is putting pressure on these white pawns, and we're liking what we're seeing. Big fans of Andrea's position.
Yeah, man. You know, to Andrea Botez, who thinks Hammer and Dina are the most toxic commentators when giving a feedback to one's game. Someone please send this extra to her and make her know that we are actually her biggest supporters and biggest compliment.
But also, Dina, maybe you could stop telling her what we're saying during the game. She doesn't have time to watch this. The only way she figures out this is our safe space, Dina. And what we say here shouldn't be shared beyond us and the 10, 20,000 people watching the stream. Not to be shared with the players. Can we agree on that from now on?
Are you suggesting that you don't want others know when you compliment them because you don't want to? You think they don't deserve that? You think
that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying when we're criticizing them, maybe it's better that it stays on stream instead of bringing it up in the interview and saying, "Oh yeah, no, Hammer was saying you played poorly." I'm saying that to chat because I want chat to be informed about what's going on. I don't want that information to spill into the players' heads.
Right. Who threw me under the bus yesterday with the wall, huh? Who with a beautiful
that
wall?
Was chat. That was I do remember the situation you're talking about. Number one, I was kind of getting some payback because you threw me under the bus the day before. But also chat was spamming about the wall and I gave Alexandra context. It was not me bringing up the situation. I just gave some context to Alexandra about chat's spamming.
No, I am okay with that. I agree. I agree. Whatever, basically, chat, whatever happens live on stream stays live on stream. Whatever happens during the game stays during the game, not after the game. All right. We have our own private space right now. And yes, it is shared between 20,000 people, but that's our own private space. It's me, Hammer, and chat. Okay.
The girls are too busy to watch the stream. So
yeah.
It's not perfect privacy, but it's reasonably good.
All right. We all agree on that. Okay. Hammer, I officially declare that I will no longer be throwing you under the bus.
And I will strive to do the same thing.
Great. Let's see who cracks first.
Yes.
Okay. How is Alexandra doing?
Alexandra played King B1. We're all very proud of her. So Bishop 2, there was an interesting possibility here for Black to just rush the pawn towards the White King as soon as possible. But Matteo, he chose to go Bishop D7 first, and then followed up with Rook to B8. He's not being very secretive of what he's planning. But I will say, if Alexandra does something like Bishop to E2 now, pawn to b5, there's even potential now for Alexandra just to capture this pawn. Because now the rook is no longer on the A file, and maybe you kind of feel like black has organized their rooks in a suboptimal fashion. That being said, the computer is absolutely hounding me for even suggesting capturing a pawn opening up towards the white king. I do agree that it looks a little bit dangerous. So in case we do not want to help black get rid of the pawns that's pointing down towards the white king, I'm thinking we go for the queen trade. Dina, how do you feel about the queens coming off?
I love queen trades. Queen trades are my favorites. I think this is my how they say okay, so the last move was knight to d5, right?
No, actually. So knight d5 was my suggestion, my hope, because I do think that the black attack is potentially dangerous, and it would benefit us if we could trade the queens. And if black wanted to avoid the queen trade, they would need to go back to d8 to protect the pawn, but then at least we would no longer have to deal with the black queen in an attacking position. However, Alexandra instead played knight to c2. Knight to c2 was the computer's top choice, but I would rather see the queen trade happening ASAP. That being said, there's a sneaky little trap here, Dina.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's here. Yeah, no, I was talking about another trap. Go ahead.
If now black continues their very clear plan that they've obviously prepared for the last couple of moves, trying to influence the b5 square, if they now continue with pawn to b5, Alexandra can capture the knight, and after capture back, she can go pawn to e5, attacking the other black knight, and if that knight moves, the bishop will be undefended. Why is the computer saying black is doing very well here?
Because of b4.
b4, attacking our knight, we move the knight away. We still have the threat against the black knight and the black bishop. But the computer suggests that black just goes rook d8, allows the knight to be captured, and then simply recaptures it and says that there's a terrifying attack here against the white king. Dina, I'm up a piece here. Why is the computer hating my position?
Yeah, I think he's just hallucinating. I don't think you should take him seriously. Even though the bishop is cool, I feel like b4 is one of those pawns that we have seen yesterday when Andrea tried to fake attack Alex with your h pawn. I do not see any danger from this. I do know that computer is like pretty like for example, after knight c1, here willing to go to b3, there is this bishop a4 only move, and if you move the queen away, we lose a rook.
Well, let's just move the queen in such a way we don't lose the rook, right?
Yeah, we still lose because takes, and b3, and yeah.
b3 is a great move because then you get rid of the pawn. So that when you get rid of the pawn, the rook can point down towards the white king.
I guess it's just some concrete tactical idea. I can bet all my money, my favorite thing to do on this stream, I can bet all the 20,000 giveaway by Coinbase that this is never going to happen because it's just too deep and you got to really calculate like Pragnananda if you want to make it right. There was another tactical trick in which would not happen. Yeah.
Yeah, we got to move, Dina, because you were right. The kid is never going to allow this takes and pawn up to e5. So he decided to retreat his queen, thereby avoiding the queens potentially trading, but also offering extra protection to the knight, so that now when he goes pawn to b5 next, there's no such bishop takes knight trick, because you don't have to recapture with a pawn. Now you can recapture with a queen instead.
Nice. I guess this is nice. Yeah. There was this beautiful trick which is absolutely irrelevant right now, but I wanted to point it out unless Hammer did and I missed it. That after knight to d5, the other beauty was that, and I am curious why computer doesn't give this such a great thing, but after queen trade, it's that famous thing that we do in the Sicilian for white. It's the intermezzo knight to e7 check, winning the pawn on the spot and then taking with the rook. And the reason I'm showing that to chat is for those who play against Sicilian with white, you really need to be aware of that. It's a very common thing. Well, usually, to be honest, in the Sicilian, this is Kingsian, but now it's a Sicilian pawn structure. I don't know if you noticed. The king is on g1 most cases, but this thing, whenever the queen comes to a5, typical move, queen is on d2 and the rook is protecting, we always look for knight d5 with the idea they cannot capture because we take on e7 intermezzo and the rook on f8. You need to have the rook on f8 so that there is no king to f8 attacking the knight. The king has to go to h8 and then you take back and you want the pawn. Now, computers here doesn't give any advantage to white, but again, that's computer. We'll leave them here. This doesn't work because, I mean, this will never happen because we already had the moves, but I wanted to show you that because I think it's an important pattern that you guys need to know. Anyway,
so knight to c2. I feel like Alexandra should have gone knight to d5 while the queens were still opposing each other. So I think that's going to be my feedback for the opening. Very important to go king b1 and knight d5 as early as possible. But knight c2, it did manage to get Matteo to retreat his queen. But now pawn to b5 is an issue. To b4. What are your feelings on this idea?
Knight to b4. Are you aiming to d5?
Yeah. So previously, I wanted to go knight to d5 because then black couldn't trade. So here, knight to d5, the knight cannot trade because you have to deal with the threat against the queen too. But after we went knight c2, queen c7, I can no longer go knight to d5 and think that my knight is going to survive because that knight is just going to get captured. And then I would be very scared about this bishop pointing down towards my king in the long term. So therefore, I want to go knight to b4 to get my knight towards the d5 square. Ooh, but Alexandra instead goes pawn to g4, and frankly, I kind of like this too, because pawn to g4 is trying to go pawn to g5 afterwards, trying to attack the knight, making sure that the knight has to retreat, and then I can go knight to d5 afterwards.
That's beautiful. Alexandra is starting the attack, something that we all have been waiting for so long. I do not need to remind you, chat, that whenever we have opposite castles, the ultimate plan for both sides is to attack. And it's right about time. Right about time, Alexandra is going after her opponent's king. I am super happy to see this move on the board.
I actually disagree, Dina. I don't think this is an attacking move. I think this is a positional move. she's not going to have time to go h4, h5 because her opponent is coming in with b5 next move. And if then Alexandra tries to attack, she's going to allow the B file to open up, and there's going to be a convergence of pieces pointing down towards the white king. So I think Alexandra's intention is to go pawn to g5, which is more of a positional feature than an attacking one. Yeah, she's moving the pawn up on the side where the opponent has their king, but after pawn to g5, knight to h5, the knight is completely blockading any sort of attack that we may hope to have. That being said, it doesn't mean g5 is a bad move. It just has different priorities than going after the opponent's king. We're forcing the knight away from the center of the board. The knight no longer controls the d5 square, allowing Alexandra to jump into that square, attacking the queen, forcing the queen back, and then she has to deal with this tension, which I'm not sure how she's going to deal with that, but I do like her knight in the middle. Ooh, and Matteo actually falters. Matteo plays pawn to h5, and that's a big mistake. Big mistake from him, because now he's allowing the attack to happen. And now I'm not even sure Alexandra should go pawn forward. I know that was our original plan, to try and chase the knight away from its positioning. But now after pawn to h5, I'm very tempted to just take this pawn, because then we're also luring the knight away from the center of the board. We're accomplishing what we set out to do, getting our knight into d5, but this time we're accomplishing it while also getting what you wanted, Dina, the attack towards the black king.
That's beautiful. So Alexandra's plan worked out. Her opponent cracked under pressure. Remember, chat, I have been actually going on and on to you about how important it is to threaten. Threat is stronger than the execution. Get into your opponent's head. Make them think that you want to attack and fear the attack, which is a ghost. Here, the attack was, in fact, a ghost, as Hammer broke it all down to us. But it worked perfectly, just like it worked on Andrea yesterday. It worked today on Alexandra. And her opponent got afraid. Now, that being said, Hammer, I want you right now to look into my eyes and tell me if you honestly think and believe that Alexandra Botez has played g4, not with intention to attack, but with intention to play positional and solid chess.
I get what you're saying, Dina, but maybe, oh my god, Alexandra just played pawn to e5, and I didn't even mention that, but that was the computer's top choice because it's winning a piece. Oh my gosh.
What?
And she only spent a couple of seconds on it. I was actually curious because the computer made a big, giving Alexandra a big advantage here. And I was wondering why that was. I assumed it was because of pawn takes and then there's some possibilities to attack. But actually what the computer wanted was pawn to e5, sacrificing the pawn to open up the d file and then go pawn to g5, attacking the knight. And the part of the reason I didn't mention it is because, I thought, Alexandra is never going to find that. So it doesn't really matter whether I mention it or not. But she found it. And it's brilliant because now after the pressure on the knight, if the knight now retreats, it allows Alexandra to push her knight up into the center, attacking the queen, and the queen is struggling to keep everything defended, especially with this knight on c5 being a major issue. Dina, I cannot believe that she played this so quickly. She didn't spend any time double checking her calculations. She just in 2 minutes she went for it, and the computer is saying she's a genius.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Alexandra unleashed her inner chess instinct. Maybe she is one. Maybe she is a genius. After d takes e5, g5, knight to h7, knight to d5, queen to d6 would be the last attempt by black holding on to one of their pieces. But their position is still really, really, really dangerous. Lots of moves here possible.
Yeah, it's not so easy to find the right move though. But queen to f2 looks quite good because then you're both attacking the knight, and if your opponent defends the knight, you can go knight to f6, and it's a check on the king while you open the attack from the rook on the queen. But this is all very, very tricky to find, and it could be that Alexandra's plan is instead to capture the knight. So I'm curious. Yeah, this is also good for her. She can take the knight and then take the bishop, and she has an extra knight.
Oh yeah, she's gonna go here. She's not gonna overthink it. There was this chatter I liked. I really liked this message. Maybe Dina's clever provocation yesterday was exactly what someone like Alex needs to unlock full potential. And now that I think about it, actually, if you want to get to Alexandra, you want to make her do something, work on something, or improve something, you really need to piss her off, like naturally or by force. And who knows? Maybe I did that. Maybe I really pissed her off, and that just put all the fuel into that engine, and now it's going with a skyrocket speed to the moon, to the Mars, to the space with the one goal in mind. 9 out of 9.
And pissing people off is your specialty, Dina.
Right. Although I do that unintentionally, but it's about time I start thinking for two-factor step. Yeah. No, I love that. Cool stuff. Lots of great things happening, and I assume Matteo is under shock right now. He is thinking,
I mean, the amount of time Alexandra spent on that move is ridiculous. Whenever you make a very committal move and you sacrifice something, normally you need at least 10 minutes to double check everything. First, you got to find the idea, then you got to double check, then you got to triple check. Because if you made a mistake, you just lose a central pawn for no good reason. So the fact that Alexandra played this e5 move after just 2 minutes is crazy to me.
Right. I agree with that, actually. But see, Hammer, that proves my point that Alexandra does not rush and play fast, because she is sitting there and working and using her opponent's time to think. So I guarantee she calculated all that while her opponent was thinking already before, which means that she does a fantastic job with her time management, putting tremendous pressure on every opponent on hers.
Yeah. And I'm not even sure Matteo's going to survive to get into time pressure here. If this is Alexandra's level of play today, then he's in for a tough time. Oh no, it's a child, says Bonsai. But yes, it's a child, but right now he's getting crushed. Alexandra just unleashed a massive pawn sacrifice that's not actually a pawn sacrifice, because she has a very nice plan following the initial loss of a pawn. And I mean, imagine also for the double round, Dina, how nice is it to win? Well, I'm not trying to jinx, but let's do a hypothetical. If you were to win the 9 a.m. round in 2 hours and you can go back to bed and actually have a proper nap for 3 hours before your second game, is there a greater feeling in the world?
Hammer, as a commentator on this spot, there is nothing that I could wish for than this. And I'm sure you would agree. Oh, wait, there is.
Maybe there are some things in life that's better, but it's up there.
I actually know what it is. I wish Andrea's game would also last only 2 hours.
Oh, so we can go back to bed. Oh, that would be fantastic.
Exactly my point, Hammer. Yeah, speaking of, how is Andrea doing so far? Last time we checked on her, she was tempted. She did take on B2 and she played the crab, the pawn to h5, taking space, the strongest possible move in any rook endgame. Oh my god, I'm so proud of Andrea.
Yeah, no, that does strike me as the kind of move a grandmaster would make. Although, if I'm being a bit,
please?
well, if I'm being a bit pedantic, pawn to g5 is the grandmaster move, though.
Oh yeah, because you stop your opponent from playing h4. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see, Hammer. Let's do it. I mean, one step at a time. Okay. We first learn about the importance of moving side pawns in the endgames, and then we're gonna do the next thing. G5 is a high level stuff. The reason for that, chat, is because here the strongest reaction to h5 would be to play h4 for white. The reason why it's so good is because none of either white or black wants to let the opponent push pawns and take space. So g5 is very smart because it is preventing h4, right? And it wants to play h5 next.
Well, it's not technically preventing h4, but
Yeah.
it's making h4 a bad move because then white's pawn structure, the white pawns will no longer be cooperating.
And here you would have two potential options. In theory, both are good. And right now, this, like, whatever we're explaining, this is actually really high level for experts and above. This position is like 4 pawns, typical rook endgame, 4 pawns versus 3 opens. If you heard of this guy Dvoretsky, very famous Norwegian grandmaster Dvoretsky, born and raised in Oslo, he would write a book about endgames. And his book, he would analyze these positions all the way through. So here, both potentially g4 is great because you can play h5 later and you grab the space and you got the f3 pawn and you block the f2 weakness and you see this rook on b2 future. Like, this is a target. This is like super passive. But at the same time, you get the option of capturing what Hammer just told you. White would ruin their pawn structure. Why would this be ruining a pawn structure if it's the same trait? We got the h4 pawn, we got the h7, which we're gonna go to h5. It's same thing, right? Well, the difference, bear with me, Chad, is that f2 now is the isolated pawn. And for black, it's not the same because f7 and e6 are not isolated. They're together, right? So this trade makes f7 and e6 so much stronger against the f2 pawn. It is very substantial, but if you look at this now after h5, h4, black does not have opportunity to create those weaknesses anymore. If we play g5, they're just gonna take, and even if we take back with a piece, we would have an isolated pawn on h5. Very subtle, but do let me know in comments if that actually gave you some educational value here. On that note, I still am very happy with Andrea because we never talked about g5. Again, it's like once you became title player that you should study that.
Alexandra actually has had a couple of very good G5 moves.
Really?
In her last tournaments, yeah. She beat a Norwegian guy, I think, in Reykjavik, and she played a fantastic G5. And she also played a nice G5 against the remember the IM she beat?
Yeah.
The Polish kid?
Yeah.
She also played a very nice G5 against him.
But weren't that some prep in the opening or like
No,
middle
no, no, no,
game?
no.
It was
No, no.
it was end games?
Polish kid was middle game, and the Norwegian guy was end game. But
Nice.
Alexandra has that in her arsenal.
Well, Chad, let's be honest, but that's why Alexandra is a WFM. She's a title player and Andrea is not. Because there are things that Alexandra knows better. That being said, Andrea is gonna learn. Andrea is a fast learner and she's extremely, extremely talented for chess. I've said it many times, and there is no flattery behind my words.
So, no, but I do like that. One of the reasons I like Andrea's H5 move is that after H4, she can go knight to G4.
Oh, I was
And
actually looking at that. So juicy, Hammer.
Yeah, so she can use this outpost on G4 to challenge the white knight, and the white knight is defending the white pawn. So by doing this, we're kind of disrupting the entire defense system that white has erected.
And you know what's even better? It's like, even if we, like, let's say we don't get the pawn, after knight g4, h takes g4, and they do some random, like, rook to c1 kind of, right? The beautiful thing is that this g4 double pawn with g6 is actually a strength, because it's not as weak. We always can back it up with f5. But chat, it's again that same opportunity for us to gain space, get the f3 outpost potential, and blockade the f2. And remember, f2 is gonna be basically this g4 pawn blocks the whole king side for white. So that is actually beautiful. And now that you say that, I am sure Andrea would play that if the opportunity arose.
Her opponent gave a check, but that feels like a mistake to me. It's allowing Andrea to just activate her king, getting the king forward. And it also gives Andrea a quick move. We haven't really talked about this, but Andrea has more than an hour left on the clock after she's made 22 moves. This has never happened before, Dina.
Man, are we seeing the same Botez sisters, or this is some kind of unleashed Botez superhumans, super women out there? Alexandra is just destroying her opponent with Grandmaster level aggressive tactics and strategy. Andrea outplaying in the most Dvoretsky style possible her opponent's kids here and there. What is going on, Hammer?
9 a.m. Botez just hits different. I don't know. I cannot explain this.
Maybe it's because first time ever we are actually live streaming also on Instagram. Hello, Instagram, and big shout out to you guys if you want to see the stream and the better resurrection. Sure, that was the word. Resolution. I think the better resolution. You gotta check out YouTube and Twitch for full board setup. But yeah, Hammer. Lots of new things happening this tournament, and not to mention the $20,000 giveaway. Also, slight note for today, we have one giveaway. So the results are going to be published by the end of the second round. Don't get surprised if you don't win the prize yet after this game, but just make sure you participate in the giveaway. You fill in the form, because once you're registered for a role.
Okay, this is going incredibly well, Dina. But the amount of tea I've had just to actually get ready for this start is taking its toll. Can you take charge for a bit?
Wait, I have some. Don't you want? I got you.
No, yeah, yeah. Thank you. I think the amount is part of the issue at the moment.
Oh.
So I'm gonna just take a couple of minutes and I'll be back.
Sure, sorry, I didn't understand what he wanted. He wanted to get it out of the system, not to add it in. Okay, I got it. Right, chat. You and me, so beautiful. What's going on? It's time. It's time for us to talk while Hammer is away. Ooh, Andrea with a beautiful yawn right there. Girl, didn't your mama tell you to use your hand when you open your mouth like that? What example do you give to the kids right in front? You're lucky the guy is focused on chess and not on looking at you learning manners from you. All right. What do we have? King to g7. Good. Andrea and Alexandra. What's going on there? Alexandra's game has some updates, actually. I do want to see that. Okay, Chad, I need your help. I cannot see from there. Where were the moves? Okay, what's the move? Quick! Don't make me open the cams. Yawn is a psychological warfare. That's a valid point. That's a very valid point. Okay, I'm gonna open the e5, but e5 was on the board. You think he took on d5? You think he took? Okay, let me actually open the OBS and see what's going on there. I think he actually took and then G. Okay, just assume that this happened. But Alex is thinking. Alex hasn't played G5 yet. Well, G5 is Alex's only move, so I don't know what she's thinking about. Yeah, Alex just moved. Okay, let me see. It's gonna be here. Bishop takes c5. What? She did what? You sure about that? Are you sure, Chad? Is this a good move? Bishop takes c5. And after queen takes c5, she wants to play g5 now. Yeah, computer is not a fan of this. That being said, still an advantage for Alexandra. The difference is, oh, I just saw her playing g5, is that now the kid has a choice which piece to give away, the bishop or the knight, unlike in the previous thing, right? When we would take the bishop, and he has ways to activate. Oh. Yeah, about that. I just sorry. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Up, let me see. Up, changed, save. Okay, bishop to c6. And now after g takes f6, e takes f6, the bishop and the other bishop are like okay, Hammer is back. Hammer, I'm gonna fill you in. Alexandra is going after the piece, but she didn't do it the most precise way. Instead of going first g5 after d takes e5, she kind of went a little bit more impatient and wanted to cash in right away. So she went for bishop c5. And I was telling to chat that the difference is that Black here gets away with 2 bishops and has a slightly better compensation rather than g5. Knight has to go away. And now let's say takes, and we got the bishop and the knight on h7, but the knight would come to g5. So you know what? I think we're fine. I think what's going to happen in the end here is that Black is just going to think that they're lost and kind of like, in Andrea style, throw the game just because they think that they're already lost.
We'll see. He actually did go knight h7 anyway.
Oh, beautiful. Great for us. And Alexandra took on d7, and we expect knight g5 next.
Yeah, knight g5 has happened.
Great, and Alexandra
now
made the move.
Alexandra's playing way too quickly, and she made, I think, a big mistake.
What?
She played knight to e4.
Are you serious?
This is completely unnecessary.
Wait, but why is it a mistake? Because, okay, let's say because of rook d8?
Yeah, I think Black can just take the queen now.
No, computer doesn't suggest that. I mean, rook d8 is
With
fine, but
rook.
yeah, but apparently any pawn move like b5 or e6 are even better.
That I don't understand.
Yeah, that was my point. I was like, why? Because what we did for white, we traded a knight, which is great for us. We brought the pawn to e4, blocking the e5 pawn, and you know why it's good, right? Because it blocks the bishop. So we thought that we did I don't blame Alexandra here, but rook d8 on the other hand is something concrete.
Well, I don't blame her necessarily for the moves, but I blame her pace. She's playing way too quickly for such a tricky position.
Yeah, understandable.
So it's not like knight e4 is a natural move to make. And I don't blame her for playing the move. But I do feel like knight e4, allowing the Black to trap the white queen, is something that was deserving of more consideration.
Yeah, so if we were to speculate, we would guess that she might even have just blundered it, right?
I think it's quite a common thing that you just misunderstand the value of the queen in relation to the 2 rooks. So what I'm upset about, chat, is that after knight to e4, my concern is that now after rook to d8, the queen cannot move because then you lose your rook behind the queen. Dina, maybe she has rook d5.
Bro.
She does not have rook d5.
Bro, excuse me. What's your title once again?
I'm a chess grandmaster, Dina, but I still need some time to. If I'm getting a queen trade when I'm up a piece, I'm gonna assume that it's good for me, and then maybe I check the other things afterwards. But yeah, okay. So let's not do rook d5 in that position. On second thought,
so.
So let's. The only way we have to not lose the rook or the queen for a rook is to give up the queen in exchange for 2 rooks. Okay. And the reason I'm concerned about this is that black has a 5 versus 2 on the king side. So potentially, if the black pawns manage to start rushing down the board, this could be seriously unpleasant. In addition, white's pawns are on the light squares, which means that these pawns are standing in the path of the white bishop, which is a concern.
Yeah.
And also this pawn on h2 is in trouble because black can try and play their queen in here and try and create some problems for the rook. And if the rook moves, then we lose this pawn. So something like this, creating an escape square for the king.
Yeah.
The queen can come in, attack the rook, and then I'm kind of scared of losing this pawn. Although here we have this counter pressure. So first black should block that and then take the pawn. But then maybe we can start doing some crazy sacks in order to have a pawn of our own.
Yeah. The more we look at this, the more I get a safer feeling about it. You know why? Because remember, we're still piece up. So worst comes to worst, we just need to sack a bishop as you showed for that. Like that was for win. But even in defense, just for like, if we sack a bishop for 2 or 3 pawns, I think we're fine. And the most important thing is whenever you are trying to assess who is better, 2 rooks or 1 queen, you need to look at the kings. For instance, white king, is he safe or not? If white king is safe, we saw that actually in one of Andrea's games, then objectively, there shouldn't be any danger for white here, and the white king is safe.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting discussion to have, and I'm not sure we're done with the discussion, even though Matteo, he didn't go rook d8. He played e6 here.
Which is like first line of engine.
Sure, but now after Alexandra moves her queen back, he has nothing better than to go rook d8 anyway. So e6 is maybe good because you kind of play a move that you wanted to play anyway as black. But if you don't go rook to d8 here, it's just game over.
Right.
In my opinion, because black just has no... If you try to go b5, Alexandra can just capture. And if you take back with the rook to have this pressure, then you move the queen and you trade the queens and black has nothing.
Got it. Beautiful. I saw Chatter saying, thank God he played e6. You know, in a way, I
think
agree.
in practical play, rook d8 was much more dangerous.
Yeah. I agree.
Because it's difficult to coordinate the white pieces.
I agree, because we don't want to think, the last thing that we want when playing a piece up is things getting out of control, and doing that disbalance would be the way. So life is good here. Ooh, what a beautiful yawn on from Andrea's opponent. I wonder where did he learn that one? Don't tell me that came from his opponent. Anyway, I am actually curious now that we know that Alexandra is having a good time here. How is the younger sibling doing with that rook on the 2nd rank?
Yeah, no, Andrea's doing great. So we talked about how we thought it was a mistake from her opponent to encourage Andrea getting her king into a better position towards the center of the board. Well, after that, he continued rushing the pawn on the side of the board simply because white is kind of lacking a good plan here. And after pawn to a4, Andrea goes rook c7. And now she's really targeting the pawn on c2. The only thing holding this together is the knight on e3, but Andrea is about to move her knight in to trade off with the white defensive piece. Filippo, he goes h3, so he realizes the trouble, and he says, okay, I'm going to control this g4 square so that you cannot go there to trade off the knights, but Andrea can trade off the knights in a different way. Knight to c4. And here the rook is supporting the knight. The knight cannot move because then you lose the protection of your pawn on c2. But if the knight at the same time accepts the trade, then Andrea has both her rooks working in an attack, and she's going to try to have both her rooks point in towards the white king, while white is busy trying to queen on the opposite flank of the board. I think number one, I'm very, very happy with Andrea's time management this game. She's been playing very quickly, which I know is a big deal for her. But not only quickly, she's playing good moves, and she's showcasing that she can definitely play endgames, and she does play knight to c4. She has a winning position now. She's going to win the pawn on c2. There's no way for white to defend that pawn.
Man, I'm so proud. I'm so proud of Andrea right now. You oh my God. I can only join Hammer into praising on all those points. And yeah, I cannot wait to tell her everything I think about her in this game. But let's not try to jinx it. It's yet too early to drive conclusions. Oh, knight c4 on the board?
Mm-hmm.
Yay! That's amazing. Now we're talking. Look at this chat. Look at this chat. Oh my God.
Things are looking great. The only thing that can take down a Botez in this tournament is another Botez. Can we get Alexandra 9 out of 9, Andrea 8 out of 9? Seems unrealistic, but they're playing very well.
Knight to c4, rook takes to c4, and there is no way. I mean, yeah, there is actually way, but oh my God, Andrea is winning a pawn. No matter what, Andrea is winning a pawn, and man, if her opponent allows her, okay, chat, how is it called? How is it called? Second and seventh are. I just want to make sure we know we get it straight. We talked about it. Remember? It's the stomach. Stomach heaven, exactly. We talked about it. I don't know, Hammer, we have this expression in the Russian, like you gotta put your rooks on second and seventh because it is обжорный ряд.
And her opponent goes after the pawn on a7, Dina.
Oh
She's
God,
getting the stomach heaven.
He doesn't know. Okay, just to make sure everybody understands, once you get two rooks on the second or seventh in the rook endgame, it's a game over. It is a game over. It's a basic strategy. Hammer, have you heard of a stomach heaven?
No.
Of stomach paradise? You haven't heard? Come on, haven't your Norwegian childhood coach Mark Dvoretsky teach you anything about the basics of rook endgames?
I mean, I am quite good at rook endgames. Yes.
I actually can't
For
believe.
instance, I know
Yeah.
that Andrea should now go rook takes c2, and after rook f1, it's crucially important that she keeps this a pawn. So she
Oh, yeah.
needs to go pawn to a5, so that if white keeps chasing, you can go with your rook to defend.
But Hammer, the bright side is that it's not like she has a choice. Even if she doesn't like understand naturally that she needs to keep the pawn, like she doesn't have any other idea, so she's gonna do that
What do you
anyway.
mean? She can go rook a2.
Yeah, but rook a2 is like you don't attack because I mean I see what you mean. You think that and that and that and then we win anyway. Well, yeah, and then that theoretically speaking, this is a draw, even though you need some technique. I actually won. You would not believe, but I once outplayed in a classical game a current world rapid champion in this exact position, 4-3. But it's yeah, no, Andrea knows that. Andrea knows that she shouldn't trade pawns when she too much when she needs a win. So
Yeah.
I'm confident here.
I have faith. But it's very, very important. So when you're attacking or when you're up a pawn, when you're trying to go for the win, it's very beneficial to try and keep pawns on both sides of the board. Because if your opponent manages to get your last pawn on the queen side, most of the time, it means that they can then only focus their defensive efforts on one side of the board. So pawn to a5 is the only tricky move Andrea has left.
No, come on. It's wait, but right now she hasn't yet captured on c2.
No, but pawn to
Yeah.
a5 is good here as well. So
Oh, nice.
just
Yeah.
the idea of pawn to a5, either now or on the next move. Very, very important.
I actually cannot believe that one of the chatters fell into my Norwegian trap. People, have you heard of such a thing as trolling or sarcasm? But I can understand. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. How is Alexandra doing? Her opponent is still thinking. Nothing changed, right? Yeah, I see the queen on d7. I think nothing changed.
Well, so Dina, going back to Alexandra's game.
Yeah.
If rook to d8 now, do you give up the queen or do you go to a4?
I think a4 might backfire because of some potential b5. But
I'm more scared about queen f2.
Ooh, you mean here? I see. You mean yeah. You know what? I would actually. I mean, I kind of agree with you that queen back is safe, but I am actually feeling also safe with 2 rooks. That being said, don't mind me. It's just I don't know why my hands are itching.
I agree that taking the rook here is actually kind of better than in the earlier situation. Because here, if we take the rooks, the benefit of already having developed the bishop is that now we can go rook f1 and prevent the queen from getting to the f2 square. But at the same time, now we also have to deal with pawn to f5, since the black pawn on e6 has already made its way into the game. I still like this move a3 for Alexandra, and I think it's quite important here for Alexandra not to make the trade between the pawns, because then black no longer has doubled pawns, and black has 3 pawns that can progress easily through the center of the board. Not to mention that this bishop on the diagonal could be quite scary as well. So if such a situation arises, I would want to go a3 as Alexandra to give the king some space. I'm happy to give up this pawn because with tripled pawns, these guys are not going anywhere. Yeah,
Oh
black
god.
wins a pawn, but it's not actually helping you.
Oh god, I
But
cannot
that's a
look at
very
that.
important realization to make, that you don't make this trade. Making the trade is actually a disaster. I'm a bit nervous about this rook to d8, Dina. I feel like this is an uncomfortable position to play in if the alternative was being up just a knight. Okay, but rook d8 was not played. Instead, queen to f2, and now we can go queen d3, Dina. We can get the queen back into defense, and then Alexandra is just completely winning. Very good news. I'm very happy with this.
I like that instructional moment where you showed after f5 white should not react, and that for me is another example of two-factor thinking, chat, because whenever you get challenged for a trade, you should always ask yourself, well, what would be their next move? What do they want? And great news happening on Andrea's board. Wow, she did take on f2.
A5 is the important move, though, Dina. She hasn't played the important move yet.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Okay, now she played it. Now you can celebrate.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Let's go. Andrea with an Endgame clinic, taking down her young opponent here. Playing a very, very good game.
Andrea's taking that kid back to school.
And now after rook to a7, she can just go back to try and keep the pawn. And if white then tries to activate their rook, because now black is no longer putting pressure on the king, if white tries to get the heaven massage, belly, stomach, heaven, then Andrea can both attack and defend with her rook.
That's beautiful. You know what? I think she's winning this pawn by force. Oh, actually, no, because she cannot book the rook.
I'm trying to adapt to Dina's expressions.
Oh, belly massage, the stomach paradise. Man, I cannot believe you haven't heard of that one. Oh god.
How can you not believe that? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Come on, you're a grandmaster, Hammer. Any grandmaster studies chess with the endgames with Mark Dvoretsky. You gotta have.
You do realize his books are published in English as well, right?
Yeah, but it's just, where is your culture, Hammer? Where is your Russian, your native culture, your native Russian culture?
I did actually start studying the Cyrillic alphabet when I was 18, because I decided I'm going to be in chess for a while, it seems, at this point, and it might be useful to know some Russian. So,
yeah. Huh. Look at you. Well, see,
and that's about everything I can say.
We talked a lot about sarcasm and irony. Okay, this is the one that I actually need to explain to you. Basically, Hans Niemann talked about it many times. He actually is learning Russian now, but because he hallucinates that he's another Fisher. What Fisher did try to learn Russian. Basically, Russian dominance is so big, or used to be historically, now it's going to be Indians, but used to be so big that whenever you become a grandmaster, even if you are like a Hammer, who is like a Scandinavian, you automatically have to enrich that culture of, the Russian institution of chess. Because this is how you can get better, and basically promoting to a grandmaster promotes you to your Russian roots, even if you didn't have them. I don't know if that was clear. Great news on Andrea's board, because now the f4 pawn square is future for us. Imagine if rook gets to f4, we would attack both a4 and f2, and actually,
well, she can just win the pawn right now, Dina.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Amazing news for us, because girls are playing fantastic chess this morning. I don't know what's going on. I think it just wanted me to be awake and, kind of give me this energy to bear with 2 rounds during the night. Me and all of you guys who are watching from the American coast.
Are there any Americans in chat still? Surely sensible Americans have gone to bed already.
What are you talking about? Most of our chat is from North America. We're also Canadians. We have so many Canadians. What about Mexicans? Argentina, are you here? Brazil, tudo bem?
Well, Brazil is waking up right now, so that wouldn't be the biggest surprise. Is it 5 or 4 hours to Brazil?
What you're talking about, Brazil is only 1 hour ahead of me.
Okay. And that
Wake
means
me up.
it's
Show me
5
the
hours?
Brazilian grandmaster that's gonna wake up. I mean, Brazilian chatter that's gonna wake up at.
There are people who wake up at 6 a.m. on
Okay,
a
actually, you're
regular
right.
basis.
Right, it's just
I don't
not
understand
us,
it, but there are those people.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
You wake up at 4 a.m. today. Oh, I thought you were going to say daily.
For
No, waking
us.
up at 4 a.m., that happens to me as well, but then I try and go back to sleep.
Man, I'm so proud. Now that you're so active, guys, let me make sure we get it straight. You know that this tourney is very special because unlike on previous tournaments, we have partnered with Coinbase, and Coinbase is giving us $20,000 in giveaway for the entire tournament. Every single round, we're gonna have a giveaway. You shall participate by using the commands Raffle and Coinbase. Fill in the form, use the email address that you have already for your Coinbase account, claim your $20 in crypto using the code Botez20 when you do your first trade. And stay tuned, because if one of the sisters wins, that has been the case so far, you might get 3 additional prizes with $500 each. Remember, once you participated in Raffle, once you filled in the form, you are enrolled for the entire tournament. And man, I can bet the whole 20K that today we're gonna see at least one of the wins. At least one win. What do you say, Hammer?
Yeah, no, I mean, if we don't get a win in this round, because it counts for all 4 rounds. That's what you were saying, right?
Actually, no. But now that you're saying this, you're making my point sound even more strong, even stronger.
But you said there's only one raffle today.
Yeah, that's true. There's only one raffle today. But when I was
clearly,
saying,
if one of them wins, either this morning or this evening,
yeah,
there's the bonus.
I guess what I was saying, chat, is in this round 4, I can guarantee that at least one of them is gonna win, just because I have so much belief and pride in my girls.
That's why they're gonna win, because you believe in them.
No, because their chess is great. Like, look, Alex just activated some inner engine, apparently because someone pissed her off yesterday with all these wall discussions, and Andrea, because she shows the power of her Russian endgame technique.
Yeah, actually, I want to mention that Andrea's move, rook to a2, is even better than the rook to b4 I suggested. The benefit of going rook to a2 is that now white cannot move their rook to go into an attacking position, because then Andrea can go back to this attacking scheme with the 2 rooks against the f2 pawn. So I really like Andrea's approach here, just taking her time to capture the pawn.
Very, very solid. I agree. What might be overlooked here, not that it's relevant, is that I don't know what's happening after rook a5. Normally speaking, whenever we get a chance to have two protected passed pawns, it's a direct win. So practically speaking, I think it's going to be a win. This pass pawn is not as important than two, although we still have to kind of trade them. But yeah, two protected pass pawns are always the win in the end game. If we start with this one and you say they activate, I don't know, Hammer. We still have, I don't know about, I think Andrea's move is better practically because she shows that she knows the importance of keeping the rook on second rank.
Yeah. And Andrea still has 59 minutes remaining. And they're approaching move 40, Dina. And on move 40, they get an additional 30 minutes. So, Andrea's going to have, after move 40, Andrea's going to have like an hour and 20 minutes, maybe? That's crazy. She's never had that much time before at that stage in the game.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't know. Maybe she just took her Adderall and just, or I don't know what's going on. Man, I'm impressed. You know what? Honestly, I think Andrea's time management is directly related to her knowing what to do in this or that position. So that brings me back to the fact that she just figured chess out. Andrea Botez figured chess out. And when she knows what to do, she doesn't need to think.
And when is it she knows what to do?
Like in this game.
Yeah, in this game she had good prep. Are you saying she's only good when she's got good prep and prepped everything?
No, Hammer. I'm saying that she learned chess strategy, mastered it, learned from her mistakes, and now understands how chess works and figure out all the, especially middle game and end game strategy.
And she did that overnight?
No, she did that throughout the last 3 months of playing in Europe. Actually, the last 5 months, because it started with Charlotte in January. She had played 6 games, all against kids, all in end games, and I have been watching her every game and telling her everything I would think about her. And yes, it was hard, but rook on d1. Yes, it was hard, but she was listening. Okay, now we gotta take the pawn on a4, in fact. Because on rook d7, we have rook f4.
But why are we not playing rook c2 like we said earlier?
So, yes, we said it earlier. This is not a debate between you and me. This is a debate between you and Stockfish. I don't want to get in between you guys. But apparently, this is... I don't know. You are the grandmaster here, Hammer.
This is completely winning. Let me go here.
Yeah, this is good.
Damn it.
Engine says it's completely...
Yeah, no, maybe because you get g5 and my pawns are not mobile.
Yeah, I guess chat, but even king h4. So basically, chat, to win this, you need this. You need to remove this. You need to remove this too. But
no,
it's
but
not easy
here
to...
I win, Dina, right? Because I can probably get g5.
But there's the rook, like f6, but then g5. You go f5.
Yeah, no, this is not good.
Your king is in the shithole. Sorry. Yeah, you can. I mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you. I'm just a reporter here. I'm a reporter of Stockfish. Unfortunately, it's but I don't think Andrea is gonna do it simply because she's not that smart. Meaning that this is a big hat. This is like Yeah. Rooks on second rank. I think at this point, even though Andrea figured out everything, she's gonna think like, okay, well, this is a free pawn, and he doesn't have anything in return, so why to overthink? So in
Yeah.
fact, I'm gonna try to save myself and say that Andrea is just gonna be a small brain and not big brain here.
Yeah, no, you make a very good argument.
Yeah.
Well, the chess things you said, not the other things.
uh,
No, because what I'm realizing is that after rook takes a4, threatening this pawn, and then pawn forward, I can still. No, sorry. I thought I can still do the attacks in from the side, but actually I can't.
oh man.
Maybe I can go like check and then g5, allow the white to double the rooks, and then I get the double rooks.
Bro, what kind of a
Check,
GM are you?
check. Oh, this is bad. Well, I was
Yeah.
thinking I get here and then I give checkmate next. I just missed that white would be able to capture my pawn.
Lol.
Yeah, no, maybe the Andrea's position is not as easily winning as I initially thought.
Yeah.
She did go rook c2 though.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is official. Andrea Botez is smart. I mean, man, she's playing a grandmaster level understanding of Rook Endgame. And yes, computer says it's not the best, but according to every single principle of how you play Rook Endgames, this pawn is completely irrelevant compared to the second rank pawn. Two rooks on the second rank, challenging the king and having the future potential to connected pass pawns, which is a win. So listen, yes, I might have been playing Job Gambit and being bit too mean, but in the end of the day, it turned out to be a compliment.
And her opponent blunders, Dina. He plays rook to d7. And by playing rook to d7, he is getting this pawn on a5. We cannot prevent that. But now after rook takes f2, king to g3, Andrea has some ideas where she can try to checkmate this king. Starting with pawn to g5, which controls some very important squares here. And then after rook takes, she can maybe even just move the king up. And this comes back to the principle we were talking about earlier, Dina, that when white managed to go pawn to g5, it was difficult for black to win. But now in a similar scenario to the one we saw earlier, now the trade between the rooks are very good for black because we no longer have to deal with the advance of the white pawn. Dina, why is the computer saying black is not completely winning here?
Yeah,
I
feel sorry for you, Hammer, because all you're saying is correct, but yet it doesn't work out. The reason is after rook a6, you, even though you got the g5, you still cannot get the two last pawns because of this pin.
And when I go king f6, you go rook a5. Oh, that's nasty.
Nasty. Yeah, chat, you understand, I hope. Even though e6 is a pass pawn, f7 is not yet technically because there is this g4 guy. Once again, if only we could remove these two pawns off the board, then the position would be completely winning, but that's not the case. On a brighter note, the thing that just happened in the game is something that I wanted to predict and I was late on that, is that even if computer says that all these things after doubling the rooks are kind of not the most precise for black, yet on practice, the hardest thing here is going to be to come up with the moves for white because they are on the defender side and it's always more complicated to defend than to attack. That's why we're seeing first inaccuracy. And that's why Hammer and Chat, I guarantee you, we're going to see more and more inaccuracies here after black. And that leaves me with a very, very positive thoughts about Andrea's game so far.
I'm really surprised that some of these rook endgames are not easily winning. I really thought Andrea's position was like basically already done. But what these variations show me is that the drawing margin is rook endgames is very significant. And apparently not even with 2 extra pawns on one side, you can easily win. I genuinely can say that I learned something today. And now that I realized this, I also realized that the way for Andrea to win is just keeping both rooks on the board. And if she does that, she's gonna win fairly easily. So I'm not very pessimistic on her behalf. In fact, I think she's going to win this without too much trouble. But at the same time, I do find it very interesting that the position was not as easy for black as I originally had thought.
Hammer, I think we have something going on, something that blows up my mind. And I don't know if I'm hallucinating, but thank you, chat, for bringing this up. Looking at the camera, I don't see any F7 pawn. How is probably, I hope it's protected by it's hidden by the king. It must be hidden by the king, right? No, it must be. Okay, chat, you were actually, chat, it's your fault. You were hallucinating. And you put me under a bad spotlight. This is a live position right now, all right?
Andrea, Alexandra just
so
moved. And Alexandra, oh my god, I'm so proud of her, Dina. Alexandra had this situation where her pawn was being challenged in the center of the board. And we talked about this earlier, Dina, how when this pawn comes forward for black to challenge, it would be good not to make the trade because then black gets a clear path moving forward and undouble their pawns. Instead, she's letting this tension be. Although I'm not sure her move. She went rook to g1. I'm still terrified of this rook to d8 move. Okay, she went rook to g1. So I guess I'm happy that she understood to leave these 2 pawns as they are. But at the same time, I am slightly nervous about this rook trying to trade 2 rooks for the white queen. And now we get to put that to the test, Dina, because rook d8 has been played. And on this occasion, giving up the queen for the 2 rooks would be a losing move. Apparently, it's not a losing move, but it looks pretty bad because here the bishop is under attack and the rook is under attack. And the rook can defend the bishop, but then the black queen would be able to capture the white pawn. And then you would be facing an army of black pawns rushing down the side of the board.
I mean, I still cannot believe you just said that you're so proud of Alexandra.
But she's playing well, and like now she's played well 4 games in a row.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's
she's never played well 4 games in a row as long as I have known her. Okay, that I mean that from a night the best way.
what I like about Hammer is just that he's so naturally good at giving compliments, kind of like I am. You know, it's like there is no possible way that the compliments would just be a pure compliment, right? But I almost felt tears on my eyes. I just wanted to say, Hammer, I don't believe you have emotions, but you actually do. You have sympathy. That's so beautiful. That's so
Oh my god, Alexandra just sacrificed her bishop. No way.
what?
Queen G5. Oh, Queen G5 is great. I don't know why I was worried.
Because
This is fantastic.
oh, this is not a sacrifice.
That's yeah, it's not even a sacrifice, it's actually just a free rook.
Wow.
And if he tries to trade off this rook, then Alexandra can take back with the bishop so that the bishop is no longer under attack.
Yeah, and here Black would be challenged to find the only possible move unless they're completely busted, which is rook to f6.
Yeah, but
And
then still bishop takes h5 and it's just completely winning.
right, we don't want to get into this because
Oh god!
we can always go back. It's fine. It's all fine.
Okay, we can always go back. Thank god.
Yeah,
Bishop
but
h6 I had not seen, to be fair.
it's okay. It's okay. I don't expect you to.
No, but that's completely winning. I have no idea why the computer is not saying white is. Computer is saying white is only slightly better. And Dina, look at Andrea's board. Andrea goes g5.
Oh my god!
Positional understanding all around.
Look at this.
Andrea's playing positional chess and Alexandra is playing attacking chess. The roles are completely reversed,
Oh
but
my
both are
god!
winning.
After rook takes a5, we're gonna see king g6, followed by rook f4, and then rook a3, and then rook b4, and then rook b2, and then rook a1, and ladder checkmate.
And that's reasonably straightforward. The only thing that can disrupt that plan for Andrea is rook to d8, trying to go after the g5 pawn in this fashion. But Dina, this is beautiful. Then rook to b2, allowing the check. King moves, pawn is captured, check on the king. If the king moves to the left, we have checkmate on h2. And if the king moves to the right, we have checkmate on b4.
Checkmate! Ladder checkmate in the middle of the board. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Oh my lands. So proud, so proud. I feel like this is a very emotional moment for both me and Hammer because after only 2 hours in the game, we're seeing both of our students being with completely winning positions, completely dominating. I mean, technically not
And
completely
we
winning
can
for Alexandra,
potentially go
but
back to bed. We're
that's
so
the most
happy.
beautiful. Yeah. Well, listen, maybe these girls are doing this just for us because they know like those two definitely don't want to spend 12 hours today in the commentary studio.
It would be nice.
And yet another raid. Thank you, Hannah, who is finishing her Australian shift with 237 people. Welcome all. We are now I'm not gonna guess. What time is it now in Australia?
I'm gonna bet 9 p.m., 8 p.m., 8 p.m. Well, I mean, Australia is many time zones. So if you just go for the middle one.
Right. Oh boy. Okay, Hammer, I think like this is a moment for me to make sure I have more space for extra coffee.
Are you getting the ice cream? Are you celebrating the wins before they happen?
What do you think, chat? The temptation is high.
I
But I need-
I think if any day deserves ice cream, it's this day.
But what if I jinx it?
Can these positions even be jinxed?
Haven't you heard a famous Russian saying? Haven't you heard of a famous, excuse me, Romanian saying? Don't share the skin of a unkilled bear. Chat, help
I'm
me.
not sure that's Romanian, and I'm pretty sure it's sell, not share. But I have heard the similar Norwegian expression.
Sheep. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. All right, chat. See you shortly.
Okay, you're all alone with me. I think Dina's sleep deprived. There's a fair chance. To be fair, I am also sleep deprived. I didn't. I woke up early and I was feeling restless. So we're all kind of on fumes a little bit. Very excited about the potential of 2 wins, but also very excited about the potential of getting out of here a bit earlier than what we were expecting. What tea are you drinking today? I'm doing the old school classic, the Earl Grey. So that's I vary. What time did you finish prep with Alexandra? So basically we could only find one game against the D4 that Matteo had played. And it was in this line. So we just, I told Alexandra that it's probably better to prioritize sleep and that she should just look over her notes in this same-ish opening that she used. Let's see. Andrea goes check. Then the king is going to have to move to the left. Don't count your chickens until they're hatched. Ah. Well, actually, don't sell the bear before. No, don't sell the bear's skin before the bear is shot, is what we say in Norwegian, which I think is what Dina was saying, unless she was saying something about sharing sheep. Is that how you interpreted it? No, I'm not sure Dina knows what Dina's saying. It's unclear. Okay, we got some moves. Matteo is trading off the rooks, but Alexandra has her rook and queen pointing in towards the black king. Right now, the pawn on g6 is undefended. If Alexandra is able to capture that pawn, that will also lead to checkmate down the line. So rook to f6 is pretty much a must-play move. And here, Alexandra will go bishop takes h5. The bishop cannot be captured by the black pawn, as that will lead to a checkmate on the king down the g file. But Dina had a move for black here. Oh, Matteo plays queen takes h2, but now Alexandra can capture on g6, and she's going to play that pretty quickly. And now Alexandra will have both her queen and her rook pointing down on the black king. The only way to defend against this checkmate is moving the rook one step forward, but then Alexandra can also capture the pawn on h5. And Alexandra is mopping up here. The bishop coming in, attacking the rook. The rook will have to move again. And after the rook moves again, Alexandra can then capture on f5. And after the recapture, she can go knight to e3, going for this pawn, bringing the knight into the attack. Matteo can go for a checkmate threat. But then Alexandra, maybe rook forward. Yeah, she can move the rook up and then the king up. This is not as clean as I was hoping. I didn't want to have to move my king out of its safe spot. But with the knight coming to f5, this is completely winning. And bishop takes h5 is on the board. Alexandra is about to complete a very impressive game. And let me remind you, Alexandra is playing on board 1. She is the highest rated player with 3 points out of 3. In the standings, there's only one person ahead of her on tie breaks, but that person is Matteo Nardoni. And Matteo is about to feel the wrath of the Botez, which will put Alexandra in first place after 4 rounds. Matteo ran into the ugly wall. Unfortunately for him, that is accurate. And Alexandra will not only be the people's champ, but the actual champ. I mean, it's still early days in the tournament, but the way she's playing, it's looking amazing. Alexandra went rook to d1, and that was the computer's top choice. And actually, there's no way to stop checkmate now. The rook coming into the d8 square, and the computer announces checkmate in 6 moves. This was even better than what I was suggesting with getting the knight into the game. That is brilliant. And Matteo is going to have to resign the game. And somehow, Alexandra actually manages to finish ahead of Andrea, despite Andrea playing such a good game.
Oh my god, what did I just miss? Alexandra destroying the little boy. How dare she? Is this what she calls a sympathy for younger generations who only start to learn chess? Right, Hammer. I also am happy to see you back.
I'm not back. I was here the whole time. I didn't miss a thing.
That was a sarcasm. That was a phrase that I expected you to tell me to greet me back, but since you didn't, I just pretended that you did. But saying
you
it on your
took the
behalf.
word immediately. What do you want from me?
It's okay. It's okay. I am teasing you. Listen, we don't have time to fight here because so many amazing things are happening. Yeah, you know what that means. Alexandra checkmating her opponent is guaranteeing us extra 3 winners for the Raffle.
And I was talking to chat how Alexandra now is going to take over the lead in the tournament. When this round started, there were 7 people on 3 points out of 3. So the maximum it can be for the next round is 4 people on 3 out of 3. But more likely, it's going to be like 1 or 2. Alexandra could be very, very well in the sole lead after this round. And he resigns.
Oh my
It's
god.
over.
It's a win. Alexandra is officially 4 out of 4 leading the tournament.
Huge win.
Unbelievable.
And also so well executed.
Unbelievable.
Pawn to e5 was a master stroke. And then I also like the fact that she kept this tension between the pawns. It's a very good game.
Are we gonna see 9 out of 9 for Alexandra Botez in Sardinia International Chess Festival?
We're allowed to dream.
I like how you're on my side secretly, saying that this is not possible, but yeah. In the meantime, Andrea is chasing her opponent king, pushing it all the way back to the corner. Are we gonna see another checkmate here?
Andrea's gone back and forth now once. But now she moves her king, so there's no longer going to be the same position 3 times.
All right. Man, I cannot believe. I feel like I gotta see it. I actually want to see it.
Go ahead, Dina.
I almost feel like me leaving you guys for a sec brought you luck. So after Queen G5, there has been Rook to D1, Bishop to D1, and Bishop and Queen to H2. Seriously? He fell for that? Man, I'm so happy Alexandra taught that kid a lesson. Man, you can't be grabbing your pawns when your king is getting under attack. Grabbing pawns on the same side. He must have blundered something. I don't know why. Rook f7, and after bishop to h5, rook to e7, Alexandra is putting the game to an end after rook d1. D1? It was e takes f5. E takes f5. Knight to
Well,
e3.
she went rook d1, which was even
she
better
went
than
rook d-
this.
Oh,
This was my
boy.
analysis.
That's a complete devastation here. Man. GG's. GG's. Perfectly executed. Impressive play by Alexandra. I am just wondering what's the performance gonna be like. My guess is like 2600.
Well, you can't really calculate rating performances when you won every single game. But she is gaining quite a lot of rating on this. And I bet she's making up for a lot of the rating lost in the previous tournaments.
Well, Hammer, see, you crushed my fake compliments that I was trying to give and the fake flatteries. Yeah, it is gonna be a beautiful tweet if you make a screenshot of your performance. But yeah, when you're 100%, your performance is obviously not as objective, but who cares? Who cares? I can tell you as a fact that Alexandra is so obsessive that she checks her rating performances after every single, like plus and minus, gaining and losing after every single game. So let me tell you, tonight is going to be a good night for her. I mean, this lunch is going to be a good lunch for her. Oh, yeah.
Andrea's opponent played rook to a7. So he's
Okay.
targeting now the f7 pawn.
But that is a huge mistake.
Okay. Why?
Apparently there is some unclear to me yet. Rook to e2, and if you push the pawn to e5.
Well, here you can just take the pawn, right? e5? Seriously? Oh, wow.
It's
e5, e4,
ready.
taking control of the f3 square so that you can checkmate the king.
It is a checkmate incoming.
Okay, but that's kind of sick. Like that is.
She's gonna see it.
You
She's
think
always
so?
looking. Yeah, of course. She's always looking for the king. She's gonna find it. Plus, you know what, Hammer? Andrea learns from every game. And her previous mistake in the game was that she would not push the passed pawns. So she's gonna do better than that.
Well, what I will say is that after rook to e2 or rook to c2 for that matter, or even rook to b2, any of these moves, what they have in common is that if then her opponent tries to go pawn a5, she can go rook attack pawn, pawn continues, and rook attacks pawn. And this will win the game for her because if the rook tries to defend the pawn, she can do a checkmate on the king.
Yeah. I hate to let you down, but apparently neither this nor that works for the reasons that I don't know yet, but I'm gonna figure out together with
Well,
you.
I did notice there was rook f3 there at some moment, which is why I kind of hesitated. But after pawn to a5, rook a5, and rook a3,
No.
rook f3, I feel
Yeah.
like we can get away from this somehow.
Yeah, we should probably not get into these details because here, like, forget everything I was saying. This is still winning, the same idea. So there is some rook randomly somewhere, and then there is this one, and then there is this one, and then there is. Okay, we don't want to. Yeah, I don't want. For some reason, Hammer, you should know better than me. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Andrea's gonna win. That's the conclusion.
Well, I mean, I think the plan of going pawn e5, e4 is not very natural because the pawn on e6 is quite important to stop checks on the king in from the side. Pawn to e5 would also disconnect the pawns from protecting each other. So to me, that doesn't make a lot of sense, which is
Right.
why I'm trying to instead just double check that we still have other winning plans in the position, such as the one where the rook goes after the white a pawn.
Listen, I told you this before. I'm gonna repeat myself again. Even though Engine can always save rook endgames and always finds a way where white can still fight for a draw, there's this famous saying, all rook endgames are drawish. It applies only for tile players. Regardless of all that, it is always way tougher to defend within like when playing a game in practical, like in practice, it is way tougher to defend rather than attack. So even if Andrea's position is not entirely clear, her opponent is gonna go crazy. Her opponent is gonna lose it. I can guarantee you. So do participate in the giveaway now before it's too late. Use the command Raffle, sign.
Alexandra is in chat saying that Andrea's opponent kept sighing very loudly. So clearly he's quite unhappy about how this game has gone, which we can completely understand because Andrea has played a really, really good game, and she's never really given her opponent any chance to get into it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the right way to put it, but if you're listening, Alexandra, I don't know who has played better today, you or Andrea. Like, Andrea's chess has been so good today that I don't know if I can say it's been just as good as yours, because yours has been fantastic, or it has been even better. It's just like one of those moments that I cannot tell.
I think Andreas played better chess, but Alexandra had the best move. Like Alexandra's e5 move was by far like it was fantastic. But overall, I think Andrea has played the most flawlessly. But that's also quite natural because Alexandra was in a super complicated position, while Andrea was kind of like in a grindy endgame, and it's easier to get all your moves right in the endgame.
Well, Hammer, I agree, but also disagree, because easier for who? Easier for a person who always looks in the direction of the king and never in their life would consider trading the queens and now playing endgames like a grandmaster. I don't think you can compare what's easier and what's not. But I do agree that both sisters have been playing fantastically impressive this round, and so much time on the clock for both of them. Back to Alexandra's comment. I would be delighted to, now that I don't have you singing like a chicken with your wings on the background in my ears, and I have my words on this, I would be honored and delighted to take you on this challenge. The only thing I want in exchange is you putting something on the line as well, because believe it or not, but I have an experience where I would be tricked by kids into making bets where I don't have anything to win from this, and I'm learning from my mistakes.
Do you have anything to add to that, or are you happy with what you said?
I shouldn't put something on the line for a bet. That's impossible. I mean, I don't feel it's fair to having a one-side bet. So,
But you're not addressing an Alexandra's comment, though, Dina. If something is impossible, then what does it matter whether she has nothing on the line when it's never going to happen? And also, why won't you just admit it's not impossible? Then Alexandra would back down.
wait, Hammer, you are the professional chess player here. You're a grandmaster. Just look into my eyes. Look into Chat's eyes, into Alexandra's eyes. Just look straight there and tell us if you have ever seen any chess player finishing an open tournament throughout your career seen a chess player finishing a tournament with 9 out of 9.
I won the Norwegian under 13 championship with 9 out of 9.
Alexandra is almost 30. What are you talking about?
I also won the Norwegian under 11 championship with 9 out of 9.
Well, listen. Chess has no age. So, yeah. I would love to see Alexandra playing the Norwegian under 11 championship, even now that she's 21. Yeah. No, I understand the point. I stand strongly with this is impossible, but I'm slightly worried that I'm getting scammed. By the way, don't forget to join Botezlivechess.com club, because Botezlive is gonna host weekly arenas for the community with various action happening. If you want to participate in weekly tournaments and arenas and community engagements, you want to join the club now, because this is a good place to be. And I also count strongly on each and one of you for having looked at the recent YouTube video that has been out there. Both sisters have been testing the one and only Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky for his worth. Here is me trying to save me from my holes. What do you say, Hammer?
I don't think there's anything saving you in the long run, Dina. I think it's only postponing the inevitable.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of the boss.
I'm not afraid.
This is democracy over here. This ain't Russia, girl. You don't get fired just because you disagree with your boss.
We're a bit delirious. It's mainly because of the 9 a.m. start, which was a 3 a.m. start for Dina. And we're approaching the 4th hour of play. We would really, really, really appreciate if Andrea could just win this somehow and we can go back to sleep. But until that happens, please be kind. Oh, and Dina, wow. Oh, I just realized this rook to g1 move that Andrea played is actually kind of scary, because now she no longer has the checkmate in case of rook to f3. So by playing rook to g1, I think she's basically trying to trap her opponent into playing rook to f3, because she's planning a very sneaky pawn to f5.
Oh my lands.
And then after pawn takes on f5, she has king h6. But I'm not sure she herself realizes that king h6 is what she needs. Because if she recaptures on f5, then it's a draw. Rook check, king moves, rook takes pawn, g4 is checkmate, but you're not allowed to play g4 because of the rook pointing in towards the king.
Wow. Well, she's gonna fix it. She has plenty of time.
But here, king h6 is brilliant, because if the pawn then just continues capturing, we'll have g4 with the double attack. And not only the double attack, we also get the two rooks working together for the checkmate along the edge of the board.
Yeah, she is gonna find that. I guarantee you, chat.
I mean, maybe, but I'm slightly nervous that she had to play such a tricky move as King H6 here. If she goes King H5, then she gets checkmated, which would be quite sad.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, about that. Man, I still can't believe that Alexandra won in 2 hours. It's actually like a row with a 3 out of 3. I think Andrea playing rook to g1 is indicating that she knows and she sees that.
Well, I don't discount that she sees f5. I'm just not sure she realizes she needs to go King H6.
But I think here we're in a very safe situation, Hammer, because even if she does not, and that happens on the board, we are gonna see. Okay, she's gonna see it anyway, cause it's just it just takes. Up, rook f3 happened on the board.
Okay. Rook
And
f3 is,
it
according
comes.
to the computers, a big mistake, but it's completely dependent on Andrea finding this king to h6 move.
But once again, Hammer, she's gonna have to find it anyway because she can calculate. She can do 1 + 1 = 2 and just check and take the pawn. She's gonna see it. So she's gonna pause here and think. And then she's gonna find it.
Big moment. Andrea can decide the game in her favor right now, but it requires precise calculation.
She's gonna find it.
Yeah, probably this was her plan.
Ooh.
To create this trap.
And look at her. We have the Andrea focused mode. This is when bang, bang, bang is in her head. She's gonna find it. Bright side, once again, highlighting for you guys that she's in one of those moments where she doesn't have much choice. So by the force, by process of elimination, she's gonna make the right move.
Here's hoping.
Bang, bang, bang. Let's go, Andrea. You are right. Don't doubt yourself, girl. You have it all figured out. Did Alex win? Not only Alexandra won, but she also smashed her kindergarten opponent in 2 hours only, showing a complete dominance and heading over with 4 out of 4 towards the leadership of this tournament, which means that automatically we get not 1 but 4 potential winners by tonight of our raffle. $2,500 today for giveaway. Don't forget to join the raffle. Use the command Coinbase and Raffle. Fill in the form. Use the affiliate email address that you have already with your Coinbase account. As you guys know, Coinbase is the sponsor for this event. $20,000 in giveaway. This time in Sardinia, we are having a good time. Coinbase is your best way to store and trade crypto. Man, I can't believe I'm so dramatic.
I can definitely believe it, Dina. It's in your blood, I'm sure.
I mean, it only makes it easier when I see you being so taking your time explaining lines, and then it's like it inspires me to be even more dramatic.
Andrea plays rook h1 check. This is making me nervous. Is she gonna go back and forth and then go this f5 plan?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know, Dina. I don't like this.
Well, she just learned from Vladimir Borisovich, always repeat. Up!
Yeah.
Oh boy.
No.
Wait. What just happened?
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
She's just going back to the earlier position. It's not a draw. It's not a draw. It's just a repetition. Oh, it is a draw. Damn it. It is a draw. No. She played such a good game.
I think she
Yeah,
blundered that he can
that's
take with the other
unfortunate.
rook, and she just saw it. Look at her body.
No, I think she just won. I think what happened is that after check, she just saw this, that she can check the king and take the rook. And she forgot that the king now is attacking the other rook. So if you take, you actually lose. If you take both the rooks, then white wins because they have this pawn on the far side. She forgot that her rook was going to be hanging at the end of that variation. That's very unfortunate. She deserved to win that game. And he played rook takes f7. He was 2 moves away from the win there. And now she's going to realize what she did. She can try to use the other rook to trick him. So she can try to use this rook because then if the king moves over, then now she wins. The difference is that now the king no longer has connection with the rook. So this would be winning for black. But the problem is the king can just go back into the corner. And then we have nothing better than just going back and forth.
Oh God.
What are you feeling, Dino?
I feel heartbroken.
You're not the only one. I think Andrea is going to be very upset after this. She played a perfect game up until this point.
Yeah. The worst part about it is that she's gonna say, I hate chess.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna really feel it, and like she's not gonna embrace everything all the progress she made and all the personal growth that she has shown, because this half a point is gonna spoil all the taste of the progress.
He's very jittery, but it's part of it is just being excited that he got away from a very bad position.
But also nervous because
Yeah.
of the yeah, not everyone is like, he's clearly not used to competing in chess. So he is extremely nervous.
Well, I don't think it has to be that. Like, it's not every day you play in front of a camera. The camera does put extra pressure on on
Man.
the players.
Oh wow. Yeah. I used to do that too. But secretly, I would do like that. Hiding my. It helps calculate. I used to do that too. Man, I wish, yeah. So bad. It's like I wish like even a hug wouldn't help. I mean, Andrea did everything perfectly. Really.
And this is the classic thing you do, right? You make a mistake in 5 minutes and then you spend 30 minutes trying to figure out how you can correct your mistake. But then
Yeah.
it's too late. And that's why time management is so difficult, because you don't necessarily realize you should have spent the time before you're in trouble, and then you end up spending the time anyway. So it would have been better to spend more time earlier to avoid the troubling situation later on.
Yeah.
I think Andrea is going to spend a lot of time here trying to just come to terms with what happened. Could she still go for the win with e5, Dina?
Good question. Let's see.
The problem is after e5, something like
But the
rook
white doesn't
f5.
risk anything. They can just check. Oh, actually.
They definitely risk something.
Oh.
So my idea was that after rook d7, king e4, now we've taken control over this square, so we go for the checkmate. But yeah, rook takes g5, takes care of business, because both rooks are pointing in towards the pawn on e5, so this doesn't really help anything. Andrea ends up going for rook to g2 check on the king. The king has to move.
Yeah.
And now Andrea has to give another check. She doesn't really have much of a choice. And then the rook will come back to try and attack the black rook on h2. And that is unfortunately the end of the story. After king g3, Andrea has nothing better than to go for the repetition of moves here. Because if all the rooks get traded off, white will actually win due to the pawn on the side of the board. So rook to f2 played by Andrea. And her opponent is going to go king g3. Yeah. Good save from him. Good save from Filippo. But this was kind of Andrea's game to lose. She played such a strong opening and great middle game, end game, and just lacked the finishing touches.
Oh, yeah. Mm. I mean, we've been there so many times, right, Hammer? So many times. It's just part of the journey.
Yeah.
Even when you play perfect chess, there is absolutely no guarantee you don't get a stupid blunder and throw the
Oh,
game.
I'm terrified now, Dina. She took the rook.
Oh, she's not gonna. No, she's gonna calculate. I think she's just gonna put the rook back behind. This is actually, I think this is her best chance to win, even though it's dead
Yeah,
draw.
no, you're right. You're right.
Because she
And
at
then
least
rook.
she showed the also another beautiful personal growth here, Chad, is that rook behind the pawn is stronger than the rook in front of the pawn. And it's a massive difference. So this is another growing moment. But unfortunately, there's
No, but she still has chances here, right?
it bringing the king maybe, yeah.
So king f6, and now is rook a5 the only easy way to make a draw?
Well, he's gonna push. Oh, actually, chat. Actually, I mean, he's gonna push.
Oh,
He's not gonna
rook
play.
a5 is a draw.
Yeah,
Rook
but he's never
a5 is
gonna
very
play.
good because it takes control of the e5 square and prevents Andrea from getting her king into the game.
Right.
So this is a draw.
Yeah, I don't think he will ever do it because it's like you're reading how those players operate. If you got a pawn, you gotta push it. That's the only candidate move.
So after pawn to a5, Andrea will go king to e5. Her opponent will continue pushing. Then Andrea can go check on the king, force the king back. Then she moves her own king up. Now she's threatening the pawn on g4.
Listen, man, I think Andrea's taking objectively her best practical chance to continue fighting for winning this game, even though it's a draw. There is still a room to make. Oh my god!
She found rook a5.
What?
Yeah, well played. Well played. GG's.
Where is his ambition? Didn't he want to win himself and push his passer?
You just played the best move in the position, though.
He did, but I expected him to get overly excited and already think about the win and see, oh my god, I passed pawn. Maybe I'm gonna get a queen. I just made it to the draw. Now I'm gonna make it to the win. You know how it goes in those minds.
Yeah. But he made a very good call here. Andrea's going to have to go e5, and then he might still go for pushing. But he's going to give a check, and the king is going to be forced back. Oh, I guess then you can just go back, actually. Then this is a draw, because you cannot push forward, because then the pawn on g5 is captured. No, actually, here she can go up here, and she can avoid the checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is not going to happen. So here, white would need to go king g3, but then pawn to e4. Like, oh yeah, I guess the king can just go back. Yeah, you're not getting anywhere.
Okay. You know what? I was actually telling you guys how me and Hammer have both been so many times in this situation, how cruel chess can be, and how many times we've been there having a perfect game and then nothing can protect you from blundering. And finishing that thought, I actually think, Hammer, that Andrea here is lucky because we both know in most cases, not only you lose half a point, but you get such a ridiculous blunder that it costs you the entire game and then you lose. And then the fact that here Andrea only gets swindled by half a point is not objectively the worst case scenario. You know, guys, when it comes to blunders, it can be anything. You can blunder a pawn, you can blunder a queen. All I'm saying here is that thinking positive, she will still get half a point, which is still okay, fine. And now that Alexandra is 4 out of 4, it's not like Andrea, like in Andrea's mind, right? She is not competing for the first place, so half a point, losing another half a point is not as painful.
And just a warning to everyone making rude comments about the kid, you are getting banned like crazy in case you're not noticing what's happening in chat. If that's how you choose to get banned on the channel, that's up to you, of course, but surely there's better moments.
Yeah. Boy, Andrea is hating herself right now, which is understandable, but yeah, girl.
I'd
We
much
are with
rather get
you.
banned for hammer trolling, says Avatar. That's what I'm saying. Save your bans for the right moments.
Hmm.
Live board, please. Oh yeah, sorry. My bad.
Not that it's gonna change anything, chatter, but here you come. Live board will not bring you the win for Andrea. I mean, you're probably right, Hammer. One of the reasons Andrea went for this line is because she didn't see that G4. Otherwise, she wouldn't even do this. She probably didn't see that G4 because she was like, wait a second. I was planning to play F5, but I see now that it doesn't work because there's a check and he takes the pawn.
Yeah. Is there any way black wins this? I don't think so. I don't think there's any way whatsoever that black can win this. The only way was to activate the king and get the king close to the white pawn. But with this excellent rook move, Filippo, he has prevented the black king from getting across the 5th rank and over to the other side of the board. So with white's latest move, it's just no longer possible to win, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Is there another game later today? Yes, Cosmo. In 4 hours. 4 hours from now, we're gonna have another game, the 5th round, and we'll see if Alexandra can take her perfect score to 5 out of 5.
I took a deliberate. Deliberate? I don't know if that's the right word. I took a deliberate decision on not taking my second cup of coffee this night because I'm counting on taking a nap and I want to enjoy those 2 hours of sleep that I will have this night. Chat, I hope you realize that I have sacrificed my night's comfort sleep just to be here with you for today's 12-hour night shift. Yeah, man. I do acknowledge now that we are getting so emotional and spiritual. I do acknowledge that I am. This is gonna be my confession time. We have some time. I do acknowledge that I am slightly maybe more biased towards Andrea rather than Alexandra, but I will explain myself. One of the reasons is obviously because we are like really good friends with Andrea. We have shared the room together, but I think there is objective reason to that. I actually think that Alexandra, and I hope Andrea will not listen to this, but I think Alexandra, I mean, I know as a fact that she's just so much more mature and so much more ahead that she simply does not need any pep talking or like confronting or support. I don't think she has her own opinions on things, and I think she believes in herself and she sticks to that. Whereas I think Andrea, like, she's still like she's still kind of forming up, and I think that, and in her chest, of course, and I think that it's actually like she can benefit more from me supporting her chess. I don't really think that Alexandra needs my support. I think Alexandra is doing perfectly fine without anyone's support. She's just way stronger than that. I don't know if that makes sense to you, chat, but Hammer, does that make
I may have lost you somewhere in between there, Dina. I may have
yeah.
zoned out a little bit. I was
And
just very
also
happy that you were taking charge.
of the
Made me kind of close my eyes a little and just listening,
yeah.
but not listening, just fading into unconsciousness.
I disagree. Dina Andrea could be a brilliant chess player if she was focused. What kind of disagree is that? That's exactly my point. I think well, we also talked a lot. We literally did lessons with Andrea on stream many times. There are YouTube videos out there. We did study chess together, so I am in the position to talk to Andrea. I am in a legitimate position to talk to Andrea about her chess and compliment her to make her believe in herself, because I've done training with your yeah, so I completely agree with that. But I think Alexandra already knows everything. She knows she's talented for chess. She told it herself many times. She literally hesitated going professional in chess after the college. She would have if it wasn't for the fact, I think, that she got accepted to Stanford, from what I remember, before college, right? Before college. So, oh my God, she's here. She's listening. So yeah, that's my confession time. I really think that Alexandra is accomplished and mature enough that she doesn't need people like me believing her, complimenting her, and like kind of helping her improve. Whereas for Andrea, it's different. She's still a kind of, I think, yeah. You need Dina compliments too.
No.
Yeah. Also, somewhere deep inside, there is a possibility that if I get very toxic towards Alexandra and make all these kind of bets that you're not gonna win all the games, it might only fuel Alexandra's anger and character so much more. And in fact, it could be my long-term friendly plan on actually unleashing Alexandra's potential and making her angry so that she has even more desire to crush everyone. See,
I wish I had come up with that excuse a couple of years ago.
No. I mean, we talked with this about this with Banzea. Actually, we clearly agreed on stream that both sisters are extremely talented for chess, because it's crazy how with the zero amount of time that they spend on chess off tournaments, they can be so good. Like literally, Andrea before our lessons wouldn't even know what's a backwards pawn, who is Carl and why is he bad, minority attack, I don't even mention that. So yeah, it's like it's clear without a doubt that both Botez I have extreme talent for chess. And obviously, we do want to support them in whenever they get back to the board to competing, because they obviously have a huge potential. And this tournament is only showing that. Yeah. Like, let's take this example. Imagine Alex was in this situation that Andrea has. Played the perfect game, and then one stupid blunder, and it throws half a point, and you don't win. I feel like obviously both would be extremely upset and frustrated. But I feel like Alexandra has way more maturity into realizing that how much progress she would have done with her endgame technique and the skills, and how much stronger she become, and embrace that and see like the clear positive side, even if in the moment she would feel down. Whereas Andrea, I think Andrea would get more emotional and just not realize the positive sides and just get really like disgust from chess. I don't know, guys, but just try to put them both in the same situation. So that's also one of the reasons why I think that I hope that me supporting Andrea in a definitely biased way actually would be more helpful.
Go on.
But you said Andrea wouldn't do the interview after she lost to Alex. Well, she was professional. I think she was professional. She knew that it was all for the show. Me throwing both under the bus. So she joined the interview. Yeah, but I was surprised. Yeah. Yeah.
They traded a pair of pawns, Tina.
Sorry, it's not laughing about the pawns. It's about the hammer should charge deal for this therapy session. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure what I'm contributing.
I mean, long
Should be
story
the other way
short,
around, if anything.
long story short, like all my support comes down to my theory that I just think that Alex is so much ahead of all of us that a humble humble woman like me has nothing to bring new to the table to someone like Alexandra Botez. Whereas Andrea Botez is still in she's that little.
Oh, we lost Cam.
But don't worry, we're gonna get it's a rage quit. Wait, what is this? The
Okay,
little
camera's
chicken.
back.
How you
Camera's
call
back.
baby chicken? Baby chicken. Andrea is still in the baby chicken stage, so yeah. Chick. Yeah. Pigeon. Yeah. Maybe part of the reason is that I also don't dare trying to coach Alex. So that's why. I don't know.
Is she a bit scary?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I fully had the appropriate vibe here. Let me try and become a bit more somber to not make jokes while you're in your very serious
No,
philosophical
please,
stage.
please. What people don't understand is like, I mean, if I love jokes, it's definitely that I expect having them like back. I definitely expect being roasted. I love being roasted. I think, yeah, for me, the most important feature in the characters, one of the most important is the sense of humor and obviously sarcasm. I love that. Please, Hammer.
Yeah, I don't really have anything sensible to say on that. I am quite good with chess though. And right now, pawn to g5 is a very good move for white because the pawn is going to kick the king further away. And as the king retreats, white can actually start moving their king up. And Andrea, who only has one pawn remaining, her only way of winning this game is getting that pawn over to the other side. But white has just complete control, making sure that that pawn can never advance. And so this game is going to be a draw.
Yeah.
G5 is played. He got one opportunity, but he's taken it with everything he has. And right now, this game is going towards a draw, which is a very, very disappointing result for Andrea, who played a really good opening, a really good middle game, got into a winning end game, and was frankly executing that quite well too. And it's just one bad move ruined everything, and that is the sadness that is chess. One bad move can ruin everything. There's some people who's the analogy to, for instance, soccer, the world's most popular sport. In chess, you can be up 5-0, the equivalent of 5-0, and still make one mistake to lose the game. And that's quite a big distinction between chess and other sports. Is that you get a lot more punished for your mistakes, even when you're completely winning.
Yeah.
You need 5 mistakes in football to give up a 5-goal lead? Sure, but Andrea, like maybe Andrea had 5 mistakes to get to where she was in the game, but only one mistake was needed to undo what she had done well. Why is this game so early? They're having 2 games today. So this is game 1. Hopefully going to finish very soon. Because Dina and I can feel the energy being wiped out of our heads like a dementor.
Well, for me, to be honest, right
Rolling
now, it's not as much the lack of sleep rather than the heartbreaking situation in the game that we're watching right now. And also, it's hard for me to deal with all the people who think that I'm being mean to Alex. So I'm actually currently dealing with that. And trying to find a way how I could express myself in a way that the world would understand that I am not Alexandra's enemy here, but rather a friend who respects her more than anyone.
I mean, you keep creating these pauses, Dina, which are like, oh, now you say something. But
No, no,
like,
no.
what am I supposed to say to that?
You're fine not saying anything. You shouldn't say anything just because I am looking at you. I'm kind of like I'm not just curious, but absolutely don't feel like you actually have to say something. I don't think you do.
You create these pauses where it's like it's not clear that you're finished talking. And it's also like if I start talking about chess, then I might come off as a bit insensitive to the sadness that you have just relayed in your story. And I don't know how to deal with it. You need to summarize your stuff at the end or something, not just leave it hanging mid-sentence.
Well, sometimes you should bring chess because I don't know myself if I have finished those talks or not. I'm just going into these deep dungeons of emotions and human relations that are very, very complicated. That so definitely bringing on the chess part can be a way of breaking the ice.
Yeah, but once again, I'm like, how do I continue from that? These moments where you choose to stop, I have no idea how to.
I suggest don't overthink it. Just go whatever you want to
But
say.
how do I go directly from that into, oh, and now on the chessboard, what we have is blah, 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 blah.
You just bring it on. Just bring it on. Just don't even look for transitions. I think it's even more hilarious when I am flying the clouds and you're just like, okay, let's talk about what really matters here. So yeah, Haber, I just bring the moves straight away.
Okay.
For me, the biggest challenge is actually the opposite. Is I have this flaw that I interact people, and also sometimes like because we mostly listen to each other rather than see, and we're on a call, like sometimes we both kind of start talking and it sounds like we're interrupting. So for me, I'm actually not worried about pauses at all. I
Yeah,
embrace
okay.
pauses.
I will embrace. Sorry, I don't know what I'm saying. I will embrace the awkward silence.
Yes. I think it's important. I think it gives people less headache when there is a silence rather than when I talk. All right.
Ah, you cracked. You cracked.
Yes. I also saw the move. It was rook a6.
I'm just inputting the moves.
Nice. The bright side about everything that happened over the last 30 minutes is that Andrea had time to accept what have happened. So by the time she's gonna finish this game, she's gonna feel less pain than had she agreed on a draw or like made them perpetual right after the blunder.
I don't know if that's true, but I do sympathize with playing on for quite a bit in order to kind of in order to digest the results. I do agree that's a thing.
Yeah. What do you say, chat?
Can we
You're
do
very
song requests? Are you a singer, Dina?
Oh yeah, a great one. The greatest of them all. Ah, ah.
Now, rook to e4, and then the king will just shuffle. I guess after rook to e4, Andrea could go king h5. And then she'll actually win this pawn, I think. But even if she wins it, it's not going to be a big issue because white can always just go around.
Yep.
He plays king g4 to avoid king h5. And now if Andrea gives a check, the king will go back because now the rook is no longer protecting the pawn. And then either the rook or the king has to retreat. But in either case, so Andrea's problem is that she can't be attacking with both her king and her rook because someone has to stay watching the pawn. And
Right.
the white rook cannot be kicked away because the pawn is controlling the f6 square, meaning that the king cannot get to a situation where it's chasing the rook away while also having some kind of attacking situation going on. So yeah, Andrea is stuck here.
Mm.
What is the chess etiquette of offering draws? Asks Luke. If you offer a draw, you should do so after you have made your move, but before you press the clock. This is important. So you're only supposed to offer a draw on your own time. But you're also, if you offer a draw before you've made your move, your opponent is allowed to ask you to make your move first. And then if you then figure out, oh no, actually, I don't want to offer a draw because I found this really good move, then that's too late. Once you offer a draw, the offer stays, but your opponent can ask you to make a move before deciding whether to accept or decline. Andrea already offered a draw? Really?
I don't think so. I think you guys are hallucinating. I think no,
That
Andrea,
seems
she would never do that.
very unrealistic.
Yeah. She has pride into her game that she built so perfectly. No, Alex, wait for us. What? Nah.
I think they're going to be done very soon, Alexandra. And we don't have the 10-minute countdown because we're doing that after the second game of the day.
But if you're asking what you're gonna do after the interview, my advice would be to take a nap rather than walk, because power naps are a real thing. Everything which is under 45 minutes, though, don't exceed to more than 45 minutes. It's a proven fact. You know, as chess players, we actually do a lot of research in what's the best routine to save your energy, especially for double rounds. So after the interview, actually nap would be way better than a walk.
Is it usually the higher or lower rated player to offer a draw, or does that not matter? Very good questions from Luke. That matters a great deal. That is part of the etiquette. The highest rated player offers a draw. As the lowest rated player, you do not offer a draw, even if the position is very drawish. It is the highest rated player's prerogative to decide whether they're done fooling around. I could have chosen a better word there.
Yeah, although on practice, higher rated level players or like those who have been winning all game have so much ego that they never offer draws just because you just see them by repeating the moves. You repeat the moves and let him kind of figure it out. The annoying part about this position is right now, if anyone could have an advantage, it would be white because they have a king and a pawn that are way more advanced, and even the rook is kind of almost more like almost everything is more active. But the guy doesn't have ambitions. I mean, not that he should. No, that's fine. No, I'm actually trolling him. But I'm surprised. Actually, me saying that Andrea's opponent doesn't have ambitions is a compliment, because what it means in reality is that he doesn't lose his mind into, oh my god, maybe now I can play for a win, and doesn't lose the sense of objectivity, and instead plays according to the position. So that's actually a compliment. Yeah. Man, he's bored.
Have you ever offered a draw to a lower rated player? Many, 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 many times. It's kind of like a trick good players use, that if you have a bad position, but you're playing against a lower rated player, you offer a draw, and they often let you off the hook. Because people are like, oh, I can make a draw with hammer, and they forget that they're completely winning.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, you are allowed, as the lower rated player, to offer a draw if you're better.
True. Also.
So I played against Magnus last year, and he played the opening so badly that I had an advantage with black after 13 moves. And I was thinking to myself, I'm going to be so upset if I mess up this very nice position I have. So I don't care if I'm a bit better. I'm happy just to make a draw. And I got it into my head that Magnus might accept a draw because he was playing so badly. And I thought maybe he hasn't slept tonight or something. I don't know how I made myself think that there was a single chance in the world that Magnus would accept. But after the game, he told me that because I offered a draw, it made him super angry, and that he was completely determined to win the game after that. Which could have kind of worked out if not for the fact that I started playing horrendously badly. But like sometimes you can tilt your opponent into playing too ambitiously by offering the draw. But I don't recommend that. That is not etiquette. But when you play against Magnus, all is fair. Etiquette be damned. You offered him a draw after 13 moves. You don't realize how badly he played the opening.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I had played correctly, computer was giving me like 0.6.
Yeah, Alex brought an interesting point. Offering draw for tilting is smart. And I just realized I would actually do that. Whenever I would be down a pawn, I remember it would get complicated. And then I would offer a draw. Sometimes I remember how much it would tilt my opponents. And they would obviously start losing time. And then obviously regretting the draw. And similarly, I know for myself, that whenever people would offer me a draw just in a complex position, it would actually completely get me out of the comfort zone, like kind of like out of the out of the zone. You never want to draw.
Oh, they made a draw.
Yeah, perfect timing. GG.
GG's.
Oh well. And with that, Andrea Botez is heading towards the round 5 with 2.5 out of 4. Amazing game played by Andrea. Amazing endgame technique. Lots of personal growth, but unfortunately, it all went thrown away to the garbage bin because of the blunder. Bright side, the garbage bin is recycled, and it's a green garbage bin and saves the planet because Andrea actually has lots of positive moments to take out of this game. Yeah, but the frustration is understandable. Oh boy. She does not look happy. And she should not.
Nor should she be.
Yeah. She has no reason to be. She played. You know how what we say about these games? Chess. If chess is an art, then Andrea has been drawing this beautiful Picasso painting. And then the 15-year-old Italian boy came and spilt through a tomato sauce on her Van Gogh Picasso portrait. Spilled. That's what it feels. I'm telling you.
I think that it's the tomato sauce they're reacting to, Dina. But I get ya.
Yeah.
I was following the analogy.
Andrea literally painted the. Okay, let me type. While Alexandra is joining us for the interview. Most renowned painting. Mona Lisa. Okay. So Andrea was painting Mona Lisa.
But Mona Lisa is not a Van Gogh.
Yeah, no, I actually like this. What is this?
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
congratulations.
I'm
The winner.
preparing to take a nap.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
can tell.
Yeah, I was preparing my sleepiness. Thank you. I feel good about it. I maybe messed up my same-ish. I don't remember if I was supposed to play knight to e2 or queenside castle right away or any of that, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, it was fine.
It was fine.
I mean, okay, objectively, it was not fine, but like in terms of the ideas that were in the file and the moves that made sense, I think it was perfectly okay. One thing I will say is that it would have been better if you had played King B1 earlier.
Oh, can you show me where?
At any point
Oh.
after castling your king.
I thought I needed to prevent b5 though.
Yeah, but king b1 is preventing b5 because after king b1 b5 you can go knight d5, and that's the key point of king b1 is that you're offering this queen trade, and if black accepts the queen trade, then you don't have to recapture immediately, and instead you can do the intermezzo with the check capturing the pawn.
Okay. Okay, I'll remember this for next time.
And the same theme
I had
happened.
crammed so many of the King's Indian lines that I just couldn't remember which was which, but that makes sense. I know King B1 was always
I
played.
thought
was
you
just
said
afraid
you
of
were
it.
not cramming.
You know me. I always cram. I try not to, but it is who I am.
But it's not what we agreed to, right?
Well, I didn't. Well, I reviewed a little bit, last night and a little bit more this morning, but I can't help it. I can't help it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, after so you played King B1 here, which was good. Better late than never. But after Rook to B8, I would have liked to see this Knight D5 idea again.
I was thinking about it. I was thinking about it. This was the other move I considered. I just thought Knight C2 was so much trickier, but I could have just gone for the endgame, I guess.
Well, the thing is, if he goes for the endgame, you get a pawn.
Oh yeah, well sorry, but then what after Queen D8, what happens?
After Queen D8,
Maybe
the computer
Queen
likes
D8 I was
just
worried about.
trading and going H4, H5.
Yeah, I think after Queen D8 I didn't know what my idea was.
Yeah, no, but
And
that
I
makes
was
sense.
worried about trading the knights because I thought I'd be opening up his bishop.
Yeah, no, that's a fair concern, but at the same time, you would then avoid the queen pointing down on your king. So it's a pro and con kind of situation. And then if
Yes,
it
but I
becomes a
thought Knight
race,
C2. I thought Knight C2 also forces the queen from looking away at my king and keeps the bishop blocked.
yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Computer were giving some crazy lines, but I think in general you're right about your presumption. The computer was saying B5 is good here, even though it loses a piece. But I perfectly understand why you would have thought that's.
Yeah, I thought I could take back on B5 and then push B4.
Oh, so you weren't gonna take and go E5?
No, here I thought I could. Here I thought I could take on on B5 and then push B4 instead.
Ah, that makes sense. And why doesn't this work?
Yeah, I don't know. You tell me.
You're saying Queen A8 and then B4 winning. That's wild.
I mean, yeah, my tiny human brain just assumed that black couldn't play into this line.
Yeah, no, that's
But
fair.
I guess
That's
now, yeah.
No, but I think that's a perfectly nice, perfectly fine approach. And then Queen C7, G4 I thought was excellent, very good. Were you thinking about attacking or were you thinking about positional play?
Uh, I was thinking about the threat that ended up happening on the board.
Oh, yeah, no, we didn't even see that threat.
Yeah, because here E5 is a threat, so I thought that you have to play like Rook D8 or something.
Yeah, but Rook D8, then G5, and you win the E7
Yes.
pawn.
Yes, so I
Well,
thought this was
actually, you
extremely
trapped the
tricky for
queen.
black.
Yeah.
I thought all of this was because I thought once I kick out the knight and get my knight into the center, this looks very scary.
Yeah. And then that was the point I was trying to make, if somewhat poorly, with this G4 move. because it's not really about attacking the king. It's just about dislodging the knight from the d5 square.
Yes, exactly. That's what I was going for.
Okay, and this also then makes sense that you played this e5 move so incredibly quickly because that was your plan going g4.
Yes.
Yeah, so
I just double-checked
I
it,
told
yeah.
Dina like one of the I don't really have any big comments to the game, but I did say that one of the things I wanted to bring up was that you played e5 too quickly in my mind. But if you had already calculated all of it, I guess it's fine. It's a fantastic move. It's really really good.
And I actually supported you, Alex, here, and kept telling Hammer that it's fake that you think that Alexandra doesn't think enough. She always thinks when it's opponent's time, and that's very smart because she saves her time and puts opponent under huge pressure, which you did.
I will say time management is generally one of my better skills.
And then after take G5. No, you took on C5.
Yes.
Yeah, so here G5 would have been better.
I thought G5 had a little more. Well, why is this better? Just
So if you follow the same line, you have knight to D5 attacking the queen. The only way the queen can keep control of the knight is to go queen D6, and then you have queen F2, and you're both threatening on C5, and you're threatening knight to F6.
got it. I thought that he would sack his knight in this line and bring the rook to D8, and that maybe he had more play that way. So I thought taking the queen away from the protection was better. I'm sure it was bad. This is what I didn't want to get into.
Sure. But the continued pressure you have on the C5 knight, combined with the knight's ability to attack the queen, means that these variations are still okay for black.
Makes sense.
No, for white, I mean. And the benefit of this is that you still have control of the dark squares, which was a concern in
Oh,
what happened
no.
in the game.
Andrea texted me and she goes, I'm dropping out of this stupid tournament. Chess is stupid. I don't want to play this dumb, pointless game anymore. Okay, I'm not dropping out, but I wish I could.
Yeah, we kind of predicted that. Well, that's why I keep actually being so biased towards Andrea, because I actually think that she needs to learn how to embrace the progress that she does, and she clearly does not gonna do that alone.
Yeah.
You just played one bad move.
She played like her best chess. Okay, one move through the game, but she clearly has done so much progress, and yeah, wish she would find a way to focus on that.
She said, no chat. It's okay. I will go to bed. Well, that went well. I am done with this stupid game. Hammer was right. Oh? She's typing. I am not meant to be a chess player. What are you talking about? Hammer, you never said that, did you?
Don't think I've said that.
I think she's referring to Hammer saying she something about the end games, but Andrea played this end game like a grandmaster.
Oh, yeah, she's probably talking about the optimism.
But
Oh, man.
today,
Chess
optimism
isn't-
was justified.
I mean, we
But-
were so proud, both, like literally, of both of you guys today.
Oh. Oh, and Hammer said you don't. The only way to not feel bad is to not play at all. Yes, yes, yes. That makes sense. Guys, Hammer didn't say that. I was just reading her text. We all know what it was referencing. Andrea's really upset. I think we need to give her a pep talk. Because she actually is feeling bad. She's not even losing that much rating though, right? Like very little, and she's
I
been
don't
gaining
think
rating
she's
every
losing
turn.
any.
I mean, literally, the girl played perfect chess, and shit happens. I said to her this many times. Me and Hammer have been in those situations millions of times, and Andre's not that miserable because she only lost half a point. For me and Hammer, millions of times it happened that we would lose a game because of one stupid move blunder, but it doesn't mean anything. A point doesn't mean anything. What means is that you you learn how to play good moves. This is what matters. Like, you're not here to win world chess championship. You're here to improve your game and to show how you can overcome yourself and inspire other people to overcome themselves. And that's what Andrea have been doing today. So for me, it's super frustrating and upsetting and heartbreaking to see that she's actually her biggest enemy right now.
I know, she doesn't want to talk, she just wants to sleep. I'll try to talk to her.
I just realized, Alexandra, you avoided some nasty traps here after knight h7. You guys played this phase of the game so quickly that I didn't even notice that if you had gone knight e4 first to attack the queen and protect the pawn, then queen c7, queen takes d7, and there's this checkmate. Did you see this?
No. I
Okay.
think I just didn't want to complicate it, so I just took the bishop first.
Okay.
I
And
didn't wanna
what
lie.
was your assessment of rook to d8 here?
Oh, I was most intimidated by rook to d8. I thought it would be hard to play.
Yeah, very hard.
Yeah.
We were
Yeah, I was
very
like,
scared of this.
yeah, I was afraid too. When he played queen c2, I was like, oh, thank God. I was scared of rook d8 even after bishop e2.
Yeah, but then why
Yeah,
did
no,
you go bishop e2?
because I
We were
couldn't find
expecting
any.
queen back here.
Oh, I. That makes sense. I thought after queen e2, rook d8, yeah, queen a4 didn't look great either. Yeah, maybe I should have just gone back.
Okay,
It
for
felt
some
it felt
reason,
very passive. I don't remember what I was afraid of here.
computer is saying it's equal, but to me this just looks winning for you. Oh, computer is saying queen takes c4. That is wild.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that explains it then. But then you can go queen f3 instead. This, I think, is just winning for you. Like, computer is not giving you a winning advantage, but I think in practical play, black has nothing. Because anytime you try and advance
Here
these
you say,
kingside pawns with the queen still on the board, you get checkmated,
yeah.
which is what happened in the game.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I was somewhat intimidated. I was scared of the lines where I had to sack my queen for 2 rooks and then black starts pushing the pawns. That was
Yeah,
scary, so I'm really glad we didn't get there.
yeah. But to avoid that, maybe retreat the queen earlier, we thought.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
But after that, you had this completely under control, right? I thought it was a great game. I genuinely, Alexandra, you have 4 good games now.
Yay!
No, but this is great.
I'll take it. I'll take the compliments. Oh, am I the only leader in the tournament? Really? Wait, no,
I
there's still
don't.
somebody playing. I'm scared of the Chinese guy because the Chinese players are usually underrated FIDE. So he's playing a German dude today. I don't know how that went, but I'm frightened.
Yeah,
The
they
Indians and,
are.
and the Chinese are very scary. It's like that Chinese guy who played in Prague and last tournament it was like 2,500 with no title. Where do they come from? It's
Alexandra,
no, it's
the
terrifying.
the the Chinese player is a girl.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's even scarier now.
Yeah, no, it's I'm just that doesn't change anything. I'm just as scared.
Yeah,
Okay.
it even puts even more pressure.
Yeah.
Why is that more pressure?
Hammer, if you were a girl, you would get it.
I'm
For me, I think
not.
it's the same. I don't think it really changes it for me. Yeah, no, I it's just the underrated FIDE points that scare me. But that's okay. Uh,
But now you're one of the underrateds as well.
am I? I hope so.
I mean, the way you're playing now, you're playing like a 2200.
The thing about me is I'm a very streaky player. When I get tilted, I lose extra elo because I'm so angry. When I'm winning, I just care so much more and I play better. So hopefully I can keep this up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm either playing like a 2200 or a 1600. You never know which Alex you're gonna get. But now that I'm not tilted, I'm hoping it's the former.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, I should probably get some sleep, just to try to nap a little bit before the next game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't do too much though. No more than 45 minutes because then you get into deep sleep and then you're actually gonna feel very tired.
Well, I don't know if it's possible to wake myself up early from a nap. Like, I intend to, and then the alarm comes off and I'm just angry at the world and there's no way in hell I'm waking up. But I'll try. But
Well,
yeah, I'll try to do like the whole power nap thing. I don't trust myself. Like I like the amount of times I said I'll wake up early from a nap and achieved it is very low.
well, as long as you wake up on time for the next game, that's all we ask for in the end of the day.
Yes, that much I can do. That much I can do. Um, yeah. Nap through the game to assert dominance, maybe not. Hammer, are we gonna prep for our next opponent?
Yeah, but not much. Just check
Okay.
their games just to have some awareness of where the direction. But you're not going to spend more than 15 minutes looking at some prep.
So your 15 minutes is like 45 minutes for me. So I think that's solid.
Okay. I'm not
Okay.
even sure you'll get the pairings 45 minutes before the round starts.
No, that's true. Okay, well, I'm gonna go sleep. Thank you, Hammer. Thank you, Dina. Thank you, chat. We will see you guys very soon. We're gonna keep our energy for this double round. Andrea's gonna feel a lot better after she wins, and once I take down the next person, I'll be the sole leader of the tournament, hopefully.
Let's go.
Congratulations, champion, and good luck in your next game.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. All right, Mr. Hammer. For everybody in chat, I do need to remind you that this event is sponsored by Coinbase, and we have $20,000 in giveaway in cryptocurrencies. So by the end of today's big day at the office, we're gonna find out about 4 of our winners, since Alexandra has already brought the win for the Botez family. So do not forget to use the command Raffle and Coinbase and sign up for the giveaway in the doc form. Fill in with the email address that you have already used for your account or about to use to create one, and do claim your $20 off using the code Botez20. Hammer, big day in the office. We hoped this would have been a short one after Alexandra's stroke with an impressive win in 2 hours only, but then Andrea kept impressing us until the accident happened. But the biggest takeaway from this is that results results are not always the definition of the play.
It doesn't define your level of play.
Yeah.
And that's what hopefully Andrea comes to terms with. The problem is she needs to come to term with it in 3 hours. The next round is starting in only 3 hours. And before that time, Andrea needs to be kind to herself and realize that other than one bad move, she played a perfect game and she was so close to getting one of the cleanest endgame wins we've ever seen a Botez execute. But there's another chance today, starting in 3 hours. That's 4 p.m. Europe, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. And we'll be back then. So this is not goodbye. It's just see you later.
Yes, chat. See you in exactly 3 hours. We'll be right back. Have everybody a great power nap. So will we do. And see you very shortly. As far as for now, we are waiting to Alexandra Chess, who does the official game commentary for this event together with Grandmaster Miro. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Instagram. Thank you, X. Everywhere we have been streaming today. What a delightful 4 hours morning. And there we go.